Hello, my friends. Everything should be up and running, hopefully. We are trying today. Oh no! Everything's talking!
Everything should be up and running.
What's
hopefully.
happening? Hold on. Okay. Are we functioning? Okay. Computer speakers were on instead of my headphones. But no, I'm still getting... Hold on. I'm giving it a second. I think it needs to reload. Okay. I think we're okay. Alright, I think we're okay. I think I stopped hearing everything all at once. Sometimes that happens. This is the first time we're using Restream, I believe the program is called. And it's supposed to let me stream on both YouTube and Twitch, which from what I can tell, it is letting me do. So that's good, because that was the point of doing that. Make sure it is doing both of them. Yep, Twitch is up and YouTube is up. Okay, cool. Well, this is dope. That's what I wanted to do, was get them going on both at once, because I don't like that Twitch gets rid of your VODs after a while. It's frustrating. And then also because I like the YouTube audience. I'm a YouTube person. And I think it's a little bit easier to be discoverable, but also I think it's a place that I've been putting a lot of my short form content, so it makes it easier for the folks who are into that short form content to then come to the live streams as well. So hopefully I get everything that shows up in chat. That'll be the only thing that I'm not sure about, because you can see the little chat on the screen, and it's supposed to give me all of it. So both Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Actually, you know what? I could probably test it myself. Fuck it. That's exactly what we're gonna do. Hold on, ready? Can I? Can I test it myself? Will OBS let me do this? Let's see. Oh, okay, that one was Twitch. Let's try YouTube now. Yay! Okay, so all of the chat is showing up, which is excellent. That's what I wanted. I'm glad. Oh, gives me a little highlighter mark on the YouTube one. Cute. That's adorable. Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure of. So, now that I know that's functioning, I'm going to minimize it. So cool. I should be able to see all the chats. I should be able to do everything just as we normally do. It'll probably be a little bit shorter than normal. I used to do 6-hour streams. That's what I was doing. Probably maybe be closer to like 4 or something. Depends how long this episode takes. But speaking of this episode, if you didn't see the one that released today, an episode cut and finalized releases every Monday, and then we record a new one every Monday live. So it leaves this beautiful process of, if you would prefer to watch the finalized versions, you can do that. Or if you would prefer to watch and join me here live, you can do that instead. So let's see. For today's, the episode that released today was with a little owl girl. Her name was Susie. And it was really cute. It was a lot of fun getting to work with her. There are a lot of interesting things that we talked about with the color palette of Susie and her sort of mindset and her bubbly nature. And in order to contrast with that episode, although you should go watch it because it's awesome, we are working with a character today who is the opposite. You'll understand what I'm saying when I show them to you, which I'm going to do. But it's very much I don't want to say calm. Calm is not anywhere near what I want. But it's not as happy. It's not as exciting. The color scheme is entirely different. So we're going to be working with sort of an opposite route. And I kind of like to do that. I like to put characters that are either opposites or have major differences one after each other. So that way you can sort of play back and forth and not feel like you're doing the same thing over and over. So let's jump right into it. Let me show you who we're working with today. Okay. So this is the character we're working with today. Now, as you can see, there's kind of two characters here. So we're actually working with two characters. And you know what? I wonder something. I'm going to do this live here. Let's see if I can. I just want to make sure that you can view it in its full capacity. Yes. Okay. Cool. So this is very, very gorgeous artwork, for one. But it's also going to be interesting to play with because we are going to voice both of these. So rather than doing two characters that we both voice and we go through all the emotions with both of them, or only voicing one and not voicing the other, or something like that, we're going to play with it a little bit here to where maybe some emotions come from this humanoid person who's holding the mirror, and maybe some come from this creature that's coming out of the mirror. We're up to interpretation here. So whatever feels right, we're going to do. So, with that said, hello to my folks who are here on the YouTube video. Welcome to another episode of Voicing Artists Original Characters. We are working with this, I would say beautiful. We are working with this incredible, detailed, artistic drawing that is a little bit creepy, a little bit odd, and the color scheme is interesting, and the way that the features are shaped and drawn is unique. We're working with a very cool, for lack of a better term, art piece. So let me pull up my info so I can give you some information on the artist. Okay. So the artist for this piece today, her name is Coley, or Senpai Broccoli is the username online. Pronoun she, her. Now, she did give me some sort of background, universe, history for this drawing. And the reason why I don't necessarily say this character, although I probably will a couple of times, is because this drawing sort of encompasses multiple things at once versus it being like, this is a specific character that we're going to work with and talk about, and they live in a universe and they dress a certain way and think a certain way and do all those things. This is more of an art piece that focuses on feelings and emotions and a theme and an environment. So that's what we're going to sort of work with rather than necessarily specifics of a character. So the information that Coley did give me is that this artwork is meant to represent a bad feeling or a sadness and anxiety that's always there for people. And even though we might try to ignore that sadness or that anxiety, it's always in the back of our mind watching us. It's with us. It's hiding out in a corner, just waiting to sort of take control or speak its mind or have its way, right? And that anxiety or the badness or the sadness, whatever you want to call it, ends up coming out at some point in some way, shape, or form, even if you don't want it to. And that is the representation of this creature or this darker version of our young lady here crawling sort of out of this mirror. She is the embodiment of that sadness, that anxiety, those intrusive thoughts, those negative emotions, expelling themselves even when we don't want to. It can't be contained. And the reason why it comes out of a sort of mini compact mirror is because oftentimes you fully understand yourself and every part of yourself when these negative emotions and these negative feelings are released. So it's your true self being whole with not just the good things, not just the happy things, but also the sad things and the anxieties and things like that. That is your whole person. And you sort of have to acknowledge them and you have to accept them in order to be I was going to say secluded. No, in order to be a solidified entirety of yourself, of your soul. You can't just ignore it. You can't just throw it away. So that's your true self. And oftentimes that comes out when you're looking in a mirror and you see yourself and you're thinking to yourself and you're talking to yourself. And so you're sort of acknowledging this person that exists versus you almost have a mask on and you try to be perfect or pretend that those things don't exist in the normal world, which is when she is not holding up this mirror in the other half. So that was the background and history that the artist gave me for this artwork here. And I think it's a lovely explanation of sort of the unique feelings that we get from this drawing. And I really like when artists go into drawing something with the mindset of a theme or a concept or an idea rather than necessarily specific character traits. Rather than being like, oh, she's this height and this weight and this hair color and this eye color and likes these things and dislikes these things. It's just a feeling. And we're going to be using that word a lot today, so I hope you're prepared. But that sort of vibe and energy, to go in with that mindset instead of specifics, can often give you incredible pieces of artwork that are just sort of your emotions and your inner self on a paper. And I think that's what's happened here with Coley's artwork. And they created an incredible piece for us to work with. And we are going to poke around and push around into this piece and give life to those inner thoughts, those inner demons, and to the person themselves. So it'll be a nice combination here. So, one thing that I thought was interesting about Coley's notes for the mirror, where you look in a mirror and that's your true self because of it's all of the things combined, is that there could also be something to say here with the idea of a mirror or your eyes, because this mirror is sort of held up to her eye, being the window to the soul. And, you know, they say that you can't see, like, vampires can't see themselves in a mirror. You can't see a vampire in a mirror because they're soulless, right? They're undead. They don't have that anymore. They don't have that piece of them. And so I think there could be something to play with about mirrors being this beautiful connection to the soul, your inner self, your true self, in the way that they were saying. So just a little note that I thought of when they were talking about that. Now let's go into some personality descriptions for both the main girl and the girl, I'm going to call her the girl in the mirror. I think this is going to be interesting because we have a lot of room to play here. Because, again, this is a piece of artwork that's created with a vibe and an energy, not necessarily with a character in mind. This is just a way to embody that emotion and feeling. So we get to know what those emotions and feelings are, know what the thought process was, and then determine what we think the characters that have come from this creative process would be like. So that's what we're going to do. So for our main girl here, this is the one holding the mirror, looks a little nervous, looks a little upset. I have some things. So nervous is, of course, the first on my list. You can see, looking at her, she is shaken. Her lip is raised and her mouth is open in like a type of energy. Her eye is wide open and surprised. I think there's fear in there as well. I would say insecure. I would say unstable, perfectionist, closed-mouthed, and tight-lipped. Now, when I say this, let's get a little more in depth. When I say closed-mouthed and tight-lipped, I don't mean that she naturally doesn't speak or she's naturally a quiet person. I mean that she doesn't speak up and she doesn't say things and she doesn't express her emotions and she doesn't express her viewpoints because she is forcing herself to hold it back, because she is afraid of what other people will think of how she feels. You know, she probably doesn't want to be a burden. She probably doesn't want other people to hate her. Maybe some of her anxieties are things like, oh, you're stupid. No one cares what you think. You should keep quiet, like keep your mouth shut. They don't care about you, right? And all these things are sort of reveling in this anxiety that's in her head. And so she is forcing herself to keep her mouth closed and to not say things and just give simple answers and simple I'm fines and things like that. And I think that goes into the concept of her feeling a bit unstable and her being a bit of a perfectionist, because people would see her as a perfectionist or see her as normal, but she is trying to be like a perfect neutral, there's nothing wrong with me, nothing's going on, I'm just like everybody else, because she's so worried about what all these people will think about the things that her anxiety is telling her. And when you zip that up and you bottle that up, you start to get a little unstable. You start to get a little paranoid. You get into this shaky mind of, if I let this loose, is it over? And that will bubble and boil and toil and trouble until it bursts. And I think that's where the instability comes from. I will also say, because this is a bit more of an exaggerated drawing, I think we can take these aspects of insecurity, being unstable, and things that align with that, and exaggerate them to the hundreds and thousands and millions degrees. Because if this was just a realistic drawing of a girl with the mirror and sort of anxiety creature comes out, maybe we'd make it a little more tame. But I adore how almost squirmy this art style is for this image, and how the fingers almost feel elongated, and there's a lot of like sweat dripping off, and you can feel the textures. It's like the emotion is radiating off her. And because it's so strong and something about it just feels off in the way that it's drawn, I think we should lean into that with the characters and treat it almost as if it's a Junji Ito style drawing, where it's ooh, 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 ooh is the energy you're getting, and we are over the top, exaggerated, intense with our performances. So I think I want to do that for these characters. Some other things about this main girl. She seems very drained or exhausted, as in keeping up this facade of nothing is wrong and I am okay is literally, mentally and physically tearing her down and draining her and exhausting her. I mean, we can see the sweat drops, but just as I was saying earlier, we have lines on her face. We have the hair going sort of almost in all directions. We have like these beautiful details of color and darkness and shading, and just all of it makes you feel like she's very weak in this state that she's in. So I think she's very exhausted. I will also say we might be able to play with the idea that she is vacant. She is there in some sense, but the reality of it is when you put on a facade for so long, you detach yourself from the outside world. You detach yourself from real people. And so part of you that interacts with these people has to be gone. It has to be just automatic. So she's vacant in this space because she's so focused on trying to cover everything up. And so it's like she shut everything off, not just the anxiety, but everything. The happiness, the excitement, the love, the thrill, every other good emotion that comes with the anxiety or is a part of her life got turned off when she was trying to hide the anxiety. So I think that could be a part of it. Okay. Now, let's talk about the bad thing. the anxiety, whatever you want to call it, this creature that is coming out of this mirror and has this sinister smile on its face, these glowing eyes, and is almost a darker blue version of herself, which makes sense if we're going with anxiety and depression and things like that. So this creature is obviously an agitator. It stirs up trouble, it pushes people's buttons, and it doesn't shut the hell up. Now, when I say that, I don't mean like I talk really fast and I keep talking and never blah, 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 blah. No, I actually think this character might turn out to naturally be very slow in the way that they speak, but we'll see when we play with it. What I mean when I say an agitator who pushes people's buttons, stirs up trouble, and won't stop talking, all sorts of things, is that their only purpose in life... Stream Elements just now registered. I love Stream Elements. It probably doesn't like the fact that I'm using Restream. Oh, that's funny as hell. Oh, okay. So, agitator. What I'm getting at here is that this creature is the type that doesn't back down. It doesn't matter how many times you tell it you're fine. It doesn't matter how many times you... Hold on, I'm going to move this over so I can see this a little better. Okay. Cool. It doesn't matter how many times you tell it it's lying, or you're not listening, or you try to shut it off, or anything under the sun. It is there. It doesn't care. It is poking and poking and poking like a little chronic pain that just won't go away. So that's what I mean by an agitator, just stirring the pot ever so slightly every day with the smallest of mistakes, maybe even not a mistake, and it still agitates it. That's what we want. I also think this would be paralyzing, right? That goes with our vacant, where it's sort of like she's not there anymore because it has frozen her into this state of I can't interact. I think it's agonizing. It's not just agitating, but it's agonizing. It's painful, at least mentally, if not physically. It is a consistent, sore pain versus a sharp needle sting. So I don't think it's something that's necessarily going jab, 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 jab. I think it's something that, like, you wake up in the morning and every muscle in your body is sore. And it doesn't matter what you do, heat, ice, anything. You go to bed and you're sore. You wake up and you're aching again. That I think is this anxiety. I don't think it's a stabby. Maybe every once in a while it stabs you, right? But I think mostly this is just consistent, unwanted pain and anxiety. There's one word in here I'm going to skip. I'll get back to it in a second. You'll see why. I want to say oppressive because oppressive and overwhelming is what anxiety is in a nutshell. And there's no way that this creature embodying it wouldn't be the type of oppressive where it's not like it's physically going to smother you, but it's there for so long and it's so heavy and it's such a burden that eventually you just kind of cave in and you let it win. And so it becomes so oppressive. Now, these other ones that I'm about to give are going to be more on the way that this is drawn than on anything personality-wise. Now, these words are helpful for me because I like to use all sorts of language when I create characters and I create voices. They might not be helpful for the average person, but the last words that I would use for this artwork is gloopy, slimy, gummy, and viscous. Okay. What in the hell am I trying to say with those words? Well, they all sort of mean a similar thing. In my mind, when I look at this artwork, the way that it's drawn is everything is sort of coming downwards in a slow fashion. There are little pieces of the hair that sort of curl just at the ends as if you took slime or gel and you ran it down the hair to make it look wet and damp and soaking, and then you just bop at the end, and it feels sticky, and there's sort of like touching it is like gloopy and slimed, and the hair sort of comes out of the mirror and goes up a little bit like that as well. And the sweat sort of dragging on her face, the way that even her face and her eyes themselves kind of look a little wet with the gloss that's on there. Her shirt feels like it's drooping downwards, and there's all of these different, the texture in it, there's all of these different wrinkles that are sort of like on top of each other. And on her hand, she's got, for the glow on these knuckles, make it feel very like it's sort of curling inwards and downwards. And even this mirror piece that she's holding looks scratched and a little dingy, and it's not quite a circle, right? And so all of this in the artwork and in the drawing just gives me very putting your hands in a slime or a gel bucket and dragging them back out and watching it all fall off of you, and how it goes in like little clumps to the ground, and it just sticks to you and drags on you wherever you go, and it never stops. You can never seem to get rid of it. You find it on every piece of clothing. You take 20 showers, you clean yourself up, and it's just still there. That is what the way that this is drawn, and the motion in it, and the color palette in it, making it look wet and damp and sticky, gives to me. And that's why I use these words. And for me, these words are helpful when creating a voice, because I'm going to take this feeling, which, remember, this artwork piece was made through a feeling and a concept, not just for the characters. I'm going to take this feeling and concept that sits so strongly with me, which is slimy and viscous, which essentially just means thick material, thick liquidy material, and gloopy, and I'm gonna add them into the texture of the sound of my voice, and maybe even the way that this creature speaks, and things of that nature. So that is why I include those words, and that is why I think they're important. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over so I can see the artwork. I know you guys have been looking at it. I'm going to get a sip of water. Okay. All right. So we got our water, and we're going to go into voicing these characters. So for our main girl, I'm thinking that we should give her not too high of a pitch. I don't know that too high of a pitch would be helpful. So I'm wondering if maybe we sort of do a middle tone, but just make her a bit softer. So, for example, if I was going to go into the high-pitched characters that we usually do, right? I would be up here in this range, and we'd be very high, almost in child territory. But we don't want that for her. She's definitely got more of a, you know, like adult, maybe a little gothy, punky feel, even with the anxiety that she has. So I don't quite want that voice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to that pitch and take out a little bit of the squeak, and I think make it a little softer. So if we do, we're up here and we're doing this, and then we go into a bit of a softer voice rather than squeaky and nasally. This could be where she's at if we want her to be a little anxious and a little bit softer, but still have a higher pitch. So that could work. And I think that that could do well. I still think maybe it's a bit high, but it might be okay if we bring the anxiety into it. It might end up resonating a little bit stronger. So if we bring in the anxiety and we can do that, I think the easiest way for me to do that personally is to add in breath, because I think the more breath that you add, the more panicky that you can sound. So if we add in the breath here, it might do a little bit better. It might do a little bit better. Betty Botter bought some butter. No, we're not going to do that, I promise. And we'll see how it sounds. So we're up here in this higher pitch, and we're a little bit softer in our voice instead of nasally. But we're going to add in
a lot of breath when we talk in order to get more of that anxiety feeling, and I'm not sure if it's working or not. There it is. I think maybe that's a bit more anxious, and her saying that she's fine and okay, and everything will be all right.
Yeah, there we go. That's the anxiety I wanted. Oh. I have my booth snack with me, and it's goldfish like it usually is, but instead of a normal bag, I got a whole ass carton. So we got a big boy booth snack today. And I like the cartons because they remind me of like the little milk cartons. But I mean, you don't chug your goldfish. I mean, if you can, more impressive to you. But I love the big gold cartons versus the little bags, because the cartons you could just boop and pull out a little fish. I love those cartons. So I'm glad I got a big one, and I think I'm gonna try and stick to the big ones instead of the bags. But let's take a sip of water, and then let's voice this main girl's first line. Okay, so our main girl, we're gonna do some of our emotions here. So happy, angry, sad is usually what we go with. And I think happy is gonna be actually one of the harder ones for this character, because this artwork is based upon anxiety. So she's very anxious, she's very nervous, and we know that she's putting on this mask of perfectionism, of trying to pretend that nothing is wrong and that everything is fine. So trying to get to a genuine happy when you have this wall up that is very fake and very facade-like might be a little difficult. So what do we think could make her genuinely happy? Or we could give her a facade version of that happy. Either one would work. We usually try to stick to genuine happy, but I'm not opposed to giving her sort of this facade. Okay. I'm thinking genuine happy. We might be able to do something along the lines of the voices have quieted. I hesitate to say the voices have stopped, because do they ever really stop? But I think having a moment where her mind is quieted and she just feels like she can fully, for once, relax would be a happy moment, a genuine happy moment. And I think there's going to be a lot of relief in this moment, and I think there's going to be a lot of calm in this moment, which is not something you find when you have anxiety. So let's give it a shot here. I think I want to add some breath in here, and let's see what we can do.
I don't hear them anymore. The voices, they've quieted. Huh. It's been so long since I've had a thought to myself. It's nice. It's really nice.
Oh, I like that. I like that quite a bit, actually. Aw. I was sitting here thinking for a second, like, maybe there should be something more thrown into it. Maybe there should be, more energy or more of a weird voice or something along those lines. But honestly, I think it's perfect for her. I think the only reason that my brain is considering it weird is because we're starting with the emotion that is not natural to her. And that may be why it feels strange to start in this place of, ooh, I don't feel like there's enough happening because we haven't lived in her as her natural state yet. But that was so nice and gentle. And it felt kind of like those ASMR relaxing things where they're just like, and breathe in, breathe out, right? And that was her space for that. And I like that quite a bit. So I think we're going to keep that for happy. I actually really like it. So what that means is we have angry and sad to play with. So we're going to kind of play with these. We're going to kind of not. Since we have both of these characters, we're going to do a bit more of mixing and intertwining the two together. So especially for these two stronger, generally speaking, more negative emotions, we're going to play with both of them, I think. So I think we're going to start with our main girl for anger, where she is going to sort of give this energy of like, I'm upset this thing happened. And it might even be a bit of sadness mixed with anger. And then our anxiety creature is going to come out and start giving these intrusive thoughts. And I do want to be clear that these are intrusive thoughts, right? Lots of us have these where things that your brain says that you know aren't true, you don't actually believe them, you don't want to think them, but they are there. A lot of folks with anxiety and depression and other neurodivergencies will know those intrusive thoughts. And intrusive thoughts are not like, oh, you should eat that candy when you're on a diet, right? Intrusive thoughts are dark and they're deep and they can be scary and they can be hurtful. And I think that's what we're playing with here, are those type of thoughts. So just fair warning that we're going to go into some of those for these. So for anger, I think the best way to have these two interplay a little bit and intermix with each other would be if she is upset that she... What could she be upset about? That's a good question. Ooh. That might work for sadness, though. I had an idea where maybe she is not angry, but she is nervous. And then the anxiety creature mutates those nerves into other emotions, which I do like, but I don't know that it would fit for angry. I think maybe if we're going to do angry, we should do something where she is upset at herself and the anxiety creature then starts doubling down on herself to be like, yeah, you're the worst thing ever, right? When in reality, she probably didn't do anything. So it needs to be something simple and small that maybe she's upset about because it broke her sort of facade of protection. So something simple that maybe would make her upset would be if she... What could she do? This is the fun part of doing these live, is you get the Rachel brain process of like, what do we do for the dialogue? Whereas if you just watch them beautiful and finalized and edited, you'll never know that I sit here and I think in a dark sound booth. What is something that could work for that? We want to make it simple. So I'm thinking... Okay, let's make it something simple and maybe something a little irrational. Because I think with the anxieties and everything, and her trying to keep up this persona and keep the anxieties down, she believes that everything needs to go off exactly the correct way, or something could slip and someone will learn that she has these thoughts and these emotions in her head. So I'm going to go with something very simple, and then I'm going to go into the anxiety voice and let them join together a little bit. So for the anxiety voice, I think that what I'm going to do is take what is almost her voice and just sort of slow it down and maybe gargle with it a little bit, make it a little gargly, a little scratchy, a little tainted, sort of the way that this creature is coming out that looks like her and is her, but is darkened and has claws on the end of her fingers, right? So if this is her voice, where it's here and it's a little breathy and a little nervous and really doesn't want to be this way, then I might make the anxiety voice. Oh, but you know you have to be, don't you? You're just a stupid little girl. Where it's the same pitch, it's kind of got the same tonality, but it's gargling. You can hear the rough road, and it's slower, and it's still got a little bit of air, but it's a lot more powerful. Sounds a lot stronger because it's placed a little bit more. It's probably placed about the same area, but it's got a sense to it where it has a bit more groundedness and a bit more strength in it than hers does. With all of the breath and the airiness, you sort of take the majority of that out and switch it for Gargle Rocky Road, and that leans towards more of the control. So I think that's what we're going to do. Let's make it something simple, like she wore the same outfit to school, right? And someone comments on, I don't know, someone comments on the fact that she wore the same shirt, right? She wore that shirt yesterday. And then all of a sudden these things start to crumble in her brain of like, I'm so stupid. Why did I not do that? Oh my God. And that's what we're going to go with. So let's see if we can do this here.
Huh? Oh. Is this the same shirt as yesterday? No, of course not. I just keep more than one pair. That's all. I have two of the same shirt. Yeah, no worries. Why am I so stupid? I can't believe I forgot to change clothes from yesterday. Such a stupid, simple mistake. Now they're gonna know. Now I've ruined everything. You have ruined everything, huh? How could you be so stupid as to wear the same shirt? And your excuse. I have two pairs of this shirt. You think anyone will buy that bullshit? We both know you're just a dumb little girl. Oh, soon they'll see the real you. The real ugly, terrifying monster inside.
Ooh! Dang. I'm about to get a drink of water, but I'm afraid if I get a drink of water, that voice is not gonna be here. Yo, I love creature voices. I don't know if I've said this before. I have. I know I have. I don't know if I've said this enough. I have. I know I have. But I fucking love creature voices. They're my favorite thing on the planet to just fuck around and find out. And that was a real exploration of what do we feel like this anxiety would sound like. And we had that starting base point of her voice, but kind of gravelly and a little less breathy and a little slower. But something that you heard while I was doing it was the noises. And those came naturally and instinctively, which is my favorite type of voice recording. And where they came from was, see if I can zoom in for y'all. Okay. You see? Oh, I need a different color. Hold on. Let me bust out the yellow. That's not on this color palette. Let's bust out the big boy size. You see her mouth here? Now, this is just like the art style, right? But when I'm looking at that from the distance we had the picture, it almost looks like she's got the top lip of her mouth. It's like a little rodent. You don't have to agree with me, but the little top piece of her mouth there feels very like rodent lifting their lip, and they've got like little teeth under, and they're almost like growling. And that's where the comes from, because that, when I was looking at this image, and especially with the nose being just a little baby mark, gave me this feeling of like an animalistic like creature. And so I just sort of lifted and went and got that little noise in there. And these are things, you know, that you can pick up on. Oop. I want you to be able to see it correctly and beautiful. There it goes. Okay. These are things that you can pick up on that enhance the way that you perform and the character voices that you make. And they're all selective. Obviously, the artist gives us a lot of things to play with, right? Where everybody should be having the same general ideas about a character based on the way that the artist has drawn the artwork. But individualized portrayals come from these little experiences and life lessons and learnings that we have and associations that we have as people that we throw into these things. Someone else is going to look at her mouth and not see a rodent, right? But that's what I saw in this creature. And so to make her a bit more animalistic, I just naturally did that instead of a laugh, right? Because she was going to laugh in those moments, but she didn't. She did the little noise because I saw the rodent. And so these things help give you more character, personality, and individualization when you go to voice something. And there's never a wrong or a right. It's just, how do you see it? So there we go. So we can classify that into anger. It's a little bit more of a mix of things happening, which is what I like for this one in particular. But I think it falls into anger because we started there, because she was sort of angry with herself and not thinking well enough. So let's start with sadness then, in that same way where it sort of comes from her or comes from the creature, and then it can mold into other things as they sort of interact with each other. So sadness. Now here's the thing with sadness. When you are consistently in this state, even when you're trying to block it off and pretend it doesn't exist, when you consistently have these sort of emotions that hang off of you, you are kind of genuinely sad a lot. And it becomes a part of this persistency, and The more something happens, the more we get used to it, in quotes. That doesn't mean it gets better just because you get used to it. It just means that you're used to it. So I think there's a lot of things that we could pull from for her being in a sad place. But I'm wondering if maybe I'm wondering how to bring the creature into this. If her state is already going to be sad, how do we bring the creature into this? Creature definitely would amplify and agitate the sadness that is within her. So I have an idea. Okay. I have an idea. We're going to go back to happy. We're going to make our baseline. In order to get to sad, we're going to start with happy. Because I think what I want to do here is I want to bring her, thank you! This is artwork and a character by Senpai Broccoli. I appreciate you stopping in and saying hello. We are voicing her and this sort of anxiety depression creature that is inside of her and coming out of the mirror. I really love this art style, so I agree with you. It's like such an interesting, captivating, sort of compelling appearance and design. So that's why I asked to work with this character in particularly. So thank you for coming in, saying hello, and joining me. We are working on sadness at the moment, because I like to do different emotions with these characters. And so we did a happy one and we did an angry one. And I think for sadness, what I want to do is I want to go back to happy, where she has this genuine moment of, wow, like someone actually likes me. Like someone paid her, hello, Freddie mate. Good to see you. And the lingering artist, I don't know if I said your name, but I know I was talking to you, so thank you. I want to take this moment of happiness, and then the sadness comes from the anxiety creature mutilating it, and just with their, I said it, oh, sorry, I can't always speak words. As you can see, that's why I asked. So I'm glad I said it right. Oh, wow, I actually really like that name, The Lingering Artist. Ooh, that's cool. Now that I'm like sitting down thinking about it, that's cool. I want to have, brain, think. I want the anxiety to take her happiness, right? It sort of crawls out of this mirror and it grabs onto this like little speck of happiness and it just sort of puts its fingers in it. We were talking about it giving me the energy of slime and goo and it just sort of squeezes everything. Oh, thank you. You're correct. I'm very passionate. And I appreciate you being here. It's really nice to have people to chat with. So I'm gonna have the anxiety put their hands into her happiness like it's a bucket of slime. Like she just sort of comes out of this mirror and she just goes, oh, look, happiness. What if I just, and there's just like, you could see the fingers going into like, that kind of energy. That's what I want her to do to this happiness. I don't want it to just be, no, you're sad. No, you're stupid. No, because it's not a jabby thing, right? This creature is very slow. It's very chronic. It's not fast. It's not spiky. It's going to drain you, like very slowly with every ounce. That's kind of how anxiety is. Sometimes you can get into panic where it's faster, but oftentimes anxiety is like creeping. Yes, just like Sadako. I actually, when I started working with this character, the art style reminds me of Junji Ito. Like Rot. Yeah, exactly like Rot. Yes. These are such good references. Oh my goodness. All of it is very
in that vein of, you can tell it's a person, you can tell that, like, there's some sort of motion and thing happening here, but there's just something about it, the way that it's drawn, the way that it's colored, the way that the fingers are a little too long and they got the little bones happening in her face and her eye. It feels off. There's an energy about it where you're like, okay. You're like, hi, from 10 feet away. And so I want to keep that. And I think that energy comes from all of it, but I want it to strongly come from this anxiety. So here's my plan. Here's my thought process. I'm going to start her with, I like the idea maybe for something that would make her happy because she's putting on this fake persona and she doesn't want anyone to see or to know of what she really feels with this anxiety and this depression. I think that she would be happy if someone had perchance seen just a glimpse of it and still continued to like her. Still continue to be like, no, it's okay that you're sad sometimes, right? Like, I'm not just going to leave you because you're sad. I'm still friends with you. Like, it's okay. And I think that genuine act of kindness and acknowledging her as a person would make her happy. And in order to crush that happiness, we got to make her happy first. So, oh my God. The things we do to these characters. Okay. So, let's make her genuinely happy. Let's see if we can play with it a bit. And then I'll see if I can push in the anxiety voice. And let's improv. Let's try this.
You still want to be friends with me? Even after all I did and the things that I said, you're still here. I've never had anyone be so kind before. Thank you. She's lying to you, and you know it. Who in their right mind would ever love someone like you? You know I'm right. You can see it. I will always be a part of you. You poor, sad little girl. Why don't you just end it today? She won't care if you're gone. No one will. Oh.
Damn. Damn, holy shit. I love doing voices because sometimes they get me too. Ooh, that hit hard. Oh my God. Yeah, the little emojis like this are kind of how I feel after doing that voice. Because, like, I just went, all right, what's the worst thing that I could say to someone who's happy? And I just said it. And then the second, like, my brain came back to being me, I went, oh no. Spooky. Thank you. I love creature voices. I love weird, sadistic characters. But they're fun to do. But with improv, because it's like all in the moment type of things, it makes it more fun. But it also means that when I do pieces like that, and in the second my brain is like, okay, we're done,
I'm like, oh, what did I just put into the universe? I'm glad it spooked you, though. I mean, what? I'm not glad? I am glad? That was the purpose. So I guess I'm a little happy. Right? Creepy. This is what I wanted. Creepy, spooky, because that's what this creature, it's the embodiment of everything, every thought in your head that tells you you're not good enough, no one loves you, stop trying. To me, and the way that this artist has drawn that creature, it's like not ethereal, like an eldritch being that is crawling through the forest, and all you see are these glowing eyes. To me, that's the way they've drawn this anxiety, this depression, this intrusive thought. That's how I always feel about my art when I draw more scary stuff. But if that's the intent, it's good. Yes! It's funny the type of art we can create, isn't it? It's something that I love about folks who draw and folks who sing and anyone who's an artist is the ability to capture just human emotion and feeling in all sorts of ways, and to be able to express that in your art medium and then step away and say, that has left me, and now I can just experience what I gave to the world instead of holding it inside me. Oh, it's incredible. And I, for one, love horror. I love weird, creepy shit. Which is why I was so excited to work with these characters today. So yeah, there's so many times. I mean, you guys probably won't see it at the moment, but my starting screens and stuff, hold on, I'll pull one up. So my weight screens and everything are this like creepy lady, and she is like, she's got like red eyes, and then she's got like a fog and forest and stuff, and that's my screens for Twitch and stuff. They're not for YouTube because YouTube likes to be a little bit more colorful. It's probably the best way to put it. Although I want to transition over to YouTube, I just haven't figured out how yet. But thank you! I'm a goth punk at heart, so I love that kind of stuff. So when I got those screens made, I told the artist who made them, I said, I just want it to be creepy. Like, I know I want moving fog, and I want it to be dark. But other than that, you can do whatever you want. And he gave me this. He gave me two figures. He gave me like a Grim Reaper. And I was like, it's a little too like skeleton classic. I want something that's a little different. And then he gave me that of this woman just draped in black with the red eyes. And I was like, I like her. So that's what it ended up being. But my alerts and stuff are that too. So I love that kind of jazz. But yeah, that's this character for today. I don't think there's anything else that I want to explore. Oh, I did just notice she's wearing a cross. Wait, hold on. Oh, as I draw on it like a silly. Okay, there we go. So she's wearing a cross. And I'm wondering if it might be interesting to do a line or two. Yeah, very fitting. I'm wondering if it might be interesting to do a line or two where she is reaching out to God and asking him maybe for help. Because I know that a lot of folks who... Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, Lingering Artist, was religious touches, because I know a lot of folks who grow up spiritually, regardless of what religion they are, and when they struggle with anxiety and depression, it can really take a toll on your faith and your spirituality, because you can feel like you are not being heard. Sometimes you can even feel abandoned from the God that you might believe in, and feel like you're sort of being left behind and that you need help. Oh my goodness. Freddie Mae, you're thinking like we're going like she does a whole ritual and like puts things out and summons a demon. Like, we can. I'm not saying we can't. I was gonna go a little more emotional with it, but you know, hold on, let's scroll up for a second. That does look like a demon, don't it? That does look like a demon. I love that interpretation very much. I'm gonna go emotional with it just because I think it'll give us a moment to play with the main girl a little bit more. We'll still bring in the villain. The villain? What? We'll still bring in, I guess it's kind of a villain, the creature. But I kind of want to play with the genuine feelings of our main girl here. Yeah, a little bit like a demon. So I want to do this a little emotional. I think I want to do a bit of her reaching out. Like, genuinely reaching out to God and asking him for help. And this might even tie a little bit into our sadness line. Maybe she's a little sad about him not, she believes he's not hearing her. Let's give that a shot. And maybe the creature will come in, maybe it won't. But let's play with her for a second. Let's see. Let me take a sip of water. Okay, let's play with it.
I don't know if you listen to my prayers anymore, but I really could use your help today. I don't feel the same, and maybe this is stupid. I don't know, but it's gotten a lot harder to pretend that I'm okay when I'm not okay, and I really need you to hear me, please, because I don't know. I don't know what to do, and I don't know that you're there anymore, or that you ever were to begin with. Maybe you just made me this way. But if you made me this way, then why aren't you here to help me with it? Did I do something wrong? I must have done something wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't ask again.
Oh my god, yeah, that emoji too. Oh my god, like insert all of the crying ones. Oh my lord. That hurt. Damn. There was a part of me when I was doing it. Yeah, exactly. When I do these improv lines and these episodes for these characters, I try to do a little bit of, not planning, but I do a little bit of work of, right, you know, what the voice may sound like. But but I try to also let a lot of things come naturally while we're doing it. And so I was kind of letting it, yeah. Honestly, she might have been having an emotional breakdown, not about to have one. I think I was about to have an emotional breakdown. I was sitting there like, don't cry on stream, don't cry on stream, it's a character. It's, yeah, because when I was doing it, I wanted it to be, if the creature came in, I wanted it to be a natural, instinctive decision on when or where or how the creature came into the piece. And the creature did not come in because it felt so personal between her and who she was speaking to that I don't think the creature had a place there. And I think even with the things that she was saying, almost lean into what the creature says, where the creature is talking about how she's not good enough and God doesn't hear her, right? And no one loves her. The same things that she's sort of having a communication with in prayer. She's saying some of these things of like, maybe it is my fault, you know? And I didn't feel like that needed to be the creature saying it. I felt like it needed to be her saying it because at the end of the day, they are the same. They are the same, right? The anxiety, the depression, the intrusive thoughts, the things that we sort of push out of our brain and wish that weren't there are still a part of us. And one of the things that the artist mentioned, I love that description. It felt kind of like a switch, like the creature was talking, but through her brain instead. Yes, right? Yes, exactly that. They're one and the same. The creature is here. The creature's thoughts and feelings are with her at all times. But the embodiment of that creature doesn't necessarily have to come forth when she has already ingrained those words into her mindset and her feelings, rather than just a little voice that's saying, hey, 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 hey. Some of these things this voice says, she already believes, and so she's already saying them. And one of the things the artist mentioned when we were working, 2 people in one body, yes. One of the things the artist said when we were working in the earlier hour with this drawing and these characters is they said that the reason why the creature comes out of a mirror is because the creature is the embodiment of anxiety and these thoughts, and you are not truly whole. You are not yourself without these thoughts and these negative things. So she's coming out of a mirror the same way you sort of see your true self and your soul in your reflection, because you can't just ignore them. You can't just pretend they don't exist. All of it is you. And so her being the ones to have some of these things ingrained and her saying them and not the creature circle us back around to this idea of no, you can't just shut it out. It's a part of you too, and you have to acknowledge it, you have to accept it, and you have to work through it in whatever way is healthy and works for you. Wow, I love that. I love when these episodes are a genuine place to talk and experience emotions and, thought processes and philosophize a little bit. Wow, I love that very, very much. Yeah, it's a little moon night. I see that. I think these are, every time that people come with references, I always appreciate the thoughts and the references that you all come with, because everybody picks up something different. And there's always little aspects of different characters and different shows and different music even that people will be like, oh, it makes me feel like this. And we're glad to have you. It's one of those things where, you know, I don't think a lot of people who are, okay, so artists like yourselves put so much thought and emotion and feeling into the artwork that you create. And I think sometimes it can feel like people don't see past surface level, that they go, that's cute, they keep moving, cute, keep moving, cute, keep moving, or they don't acknowledge it at all, right? And sometimes that can feel really disheartening. And when I see artwork and I see characters and I see even landscapes or, you know, anything under the sun, but especially with character work, I get so much, there's so much thought process and dedication and intrigue that I have in everything that I work with. And when I see artists create pieces, that it really, I think, is a wonderful thing to be able to say, hey, I see the work that you've done, and I might not be able to offer much, but I can offer my voice in both a literal voicing a character sense, but also in just, I want to talk about it, right? Like, I want to talk about what you thought and what you saw and what other people thought and saw in the way that you drew and the colors that you use. There's so many artists that I'm able to work with their characters, and something I find very interesting is I will pick up on, and I think a lot of viewers of artwork that really, really appreciate it notice, is that I will pick up on a lot of the personalities or the intent just by the colors or the way, the art style and the way that it's sort of like angled and things like that. And I'll have the artist, sometimes they don't even know they've done it, right? They'll just be like, oh, I don't know how you got that from the colors. Like, that's correct what you're saying, but that's not why I colored it that way. I just liked those colors. And so sometimes there's a little subconscious thing of like, hey, you might not have purposefully done it to evoke these emotions or evoke these thoughts, but you are a strong artist and your subconscious is so strong that it does resonate for the rest of us. And I like to put that energy out into the world. Yeah. As you can see, I talk a lot. So that's maybe the only downside, that some people can't, they don't like listening to me talk for that long, and that's okay. I get it. But I do what I can. Yeah, I think it's enjoyable. But I think that puts a good cap onto this artwork piece and this character. Yeah. And so I think we're going to be done with this character today, because I really liked where we left off, and I don't want to mess with it too much. I like what we did for the creature, like what we did for her, and I think that's where we're going to leave off this character. So we're going to switch to auditions in a second, and go through some voice acting auditions. But I do want to pull up this artist's Instagram so that I can make sure it's being seen. So Instagram, and then their handle, which is, okay, because I want to make sure. I always like to try and pull them up on stream in case, well, not in case, so that the people who join me live, and like you are joining me for this discussion process, are able to find the person, because I put it in the descriptions of my YouTube videos, but oftentimes if you're here live and you're a part of the discussion process, you don't necessarily want to go back and watch the video because you're going to hear a lot of what we talked about. So I want to make sure that I pull up the artist profiles for the stream as well, so that everybody can see where they are.
So I believe this is the correct person. Oh yeah, that art style's hard to miss. So this is definitely her. Okay. So let me pull this up. This would be on this one. Okay. So this is Senpai Broccoli or Coley. The two names that she gave me. So you can find her on Instagram. And she does have a card for some other things. But she's got gorgeous artwork here. Most of them in this style of like what we were talking about earlier with the very creepy sort of comic artisty style. So very, very cool, very, very gorgeous artwork, very macabre. But thank you to Senpai Broccoli for letting us work with her characters and her artwork piece. I appreciate you. And for my little YouTube outro, to everybody who watched the finalized video, thank you very much. Remember to join us here live while recording, and you can join us in the discussion and help create lines and things like that. But if not, I will see you next week in the next video. Goodbye. All right, YouTube outro's done. the little Oh yeah, she was lovely to work with. I will say that as well. Let me take these down here because we will move into auditions. I get a lot of artists who, what's the word I'm looking for? So unfortunately, I only speak English, and a lot of great artists, especially on Instagram and stuff, are international. So I reach out in English, and this has nothing to do with her. It's just thought process that I was going to talk. So I reach out in English, and I feel bad sometimes because I'm like, I wish I was fluent in other languages so I could talk to you in like a good way. But a lot of them are really good about being like, no, it's okay. Like you can use my characters and do all the things, which to me is like so nerve-wracking because I feel like I want to make sure that I represent them in the way that they wanted to be represented. I ask all my artists when I work with them, like, hey, can you give me background and history and pronouns and things like that? And what can I share? What can I not share? And so I always want to make sure I'm being respectful about what they think about their characters, what should be said, what shouldn't be said. And so the reason why I thought of that was because I had said that Senpai Broccoli was great to work with, and she genuinely was. She was beautiful at communicating everything that she thought about the piece and would like me to use. So definitely follow her if you like that kind of art. I know I try to work with all different artists, so and I think they all should be followed and loved. But I totally respect some people who are like, "Oh, I can't do creepy things," which is totally fine. But she's lovely. Get the nervousness about it, wanting things to be rightfully presented. Yes, absolutely. I have a group of voice actors that I speak with occasionally of different races and genders and things like that, because I'll often come across artists who have gorgeous artwork and characters, but me being white Irish, I cannot portray a lot of them, and I would never try to. So oftentimes what I will do is I'll reach out to this group and I'll be like, hey, I have a character that is insert thing here. Do any of you feel like you can properly represent that and would want to join me on an episode? So we have a few episodes that feature other voice actors, and we get to improv back and forth with each other because I'll choose one character from their universe that I can represent, and then they represent the other character from the universe. And it's a lot of fun. So it's all about like just being as communicative as possible, and trying to represent things in a way that you know you can. And then on the flip side of that, if, you know, an artist were to ever come to me and was like, hey, could you please do something about this? I don't quite like this, or something like this isn't correct, or I don't like it being portrayed this way. Then I straight up would be like, yeah, what do you need me to do? Like, do we cut it out of the video? Do you want the video taken down? Like, do you want me to put watermarks on it? Anything, right? Yeah, a collaboration is like the best thing on the planet. And that's how people grow. It's how people change. It's how people find communities.
Especially being like queer and like gender queer and things like that. I will often apply for things where I know that my voice is very feminine and it can be very high. And so oftentimes I'll apply for like gender neutral roles and I'll get the comment or two that is like, are you sure you should be applying for this? And I have to be like, yes, I'm sure. So it's all about communication. It's all about asking and being honest and open and also being willing to change if something changes with the person you're collaborating with. If they come back to you and they say, hey, I'm not comfortable with this anymore, please do something about it. You go, got it. Not a problem, right? And that's kind of how it works. Okay. So we are going to do auditions, but I actually want to start with, there's a few paid auditions, that we're going to start with. There's her beautiful art again. There they are. Okay. So, there's a few paid casting calls. This one might be unpaid, I'm not sure, but there's a few paid casting calls that I want to do first. Because usually they have a bit more flair to them. And they've usually got drawings. Oh, I got hiccups. They've usually got drawings and they've got some more details. So we're going to do some of these first. So we're going to start with this one today. I found this one. It's called Dear Mom, My Letter to You. It's a dating sim / visual novel. But I'm going to get a sip of water. My brain is having trouble. Hold on. We love being neurodivergent. Okay. It is a dating sim / visual novel. Okay. Woo! And we do have links to the game. So let's pull up Itch.io because I like to look at everything on Itch.io and see what we get. Ooh. Oh, I like it. Look at this artwork. Oh, this is cute. Yes, lingering artist, right? Oh my god. Sometimes you just gotta stare at yourself and be like, brain? Brain, can we be neurotypical for 0.2 seconds? I'm begging you. And your brain's just like, no. Never. Like, okay, thanks. Thanks. Oh, I love this art. This is so cute. It's very like traditional anime. I love the font. I'm such a fan of visual novels. Oh, it's a cute little group. Oh my goodness. Oh, they have choices. I love when they have choices. Oh. Literally, gotta get the gears going. I'm like, okay. And sometimes the gears fall off, and you gotta go, wait, hold on, stop running, hold on, and put it back into place. 100%. We're like little mechanisms. We're little steampunk style robots. Oh. She said, oh, look at that. She's sassy. Oh, that's a great comparison. Reminds you of older RPG Maker visual novel artwork. Yes, absolutely. I was wondering what I was thinking because I was like, this feels so familiar. It feels older, but it's not quite like Dragon Ball Z style. So what is it from? You are 100% right. It's the old RPG Maker style artwork. Oh, I love it. Yeah, this hallway too is very like Doki Doki Literature Club. Oh, I like this. Oh, this is very old style where you click on the little things to go there. Oh my goodness, this is cute. Oh, not awkward next to the Max. Oh, this is cute. Oh, you might not be able to see it because I zoomed in. Yeah, this is not built for Itch.io, but it looks cute. So this is what we're gonna audition for. Now, I think the main characters all have voice actors, so I believe this is a supporting and extras call. Okay, so let's see what they tell us. Yes, Doki Doki, yes. Such a good game, oh my god. So this one is Dear Mom, My Letter to You is a dating sim that offers a story-rich narrative, taking a slice-of-life approach to the genre to develop a more thorough understanding of character relationships. The story follows Ayame Kawasaki, a spirited girl who starts her life anew following a tragic and traumatic incident involving her late mother. Okay, that makes sense. Embark on an emotional journey of loss, redemption, and the bonds that will blossom into meaningful connections or even love. Aw. They had a successful Kickstarter campaign in November 22. Okay. And full release is June 2024. Oh. Slight profanity, sensitive topics like bullying and suicide. Okay. But 16 plus is totally fine. The only thing I'm not allowed to show on Twitch is 18 plus, so we're okay. Oh, okay. So looking to fill the remaining 6 supporting roles. 4 female, 2 male, and extras. Partially voiced. Important scenes being fully voiced. Small reaction bits, laughing or grunting. We love those. Self-direct. Okay, we can self-direct. Scripts are provided on the Discord server. Record by March 31st. Totally fine. Ooh, I don't have a Twitter, so we're going to have to ask someone to keep an eye on those. See if we get cast. Payment is PayPal. Audition as many as you like. All right, here's the details I want. 2 takes per character. ABC, ABC. Improvise on the second take. Okay, so they want ABC, ABC. So we're going like this and like this. They want 2, which is usually what I give. And they want improv on the second. Okay, got it. Do not edit your recordings besides basic noise cleanup. Yep. Mono MP3. Oh, MP3. Okay. Hello! Welcome, Cherry Tea. Thanks for joining. Oh my goodness. I don't know how you got these little frills on your username, but those are so pretty. Those are pretty. Oh my goodness. We are doing voice acting auditions. So we just finished recording one of the episodes for the series that I do, which every week I do voice. It's a font thing? Yo, I'm going to have to figure out how to do that because I like that. Every week, I release an episode of what I call voicing artists' original characters. So I reach out to different artists about their OCs, and I voice them live on stream. We talk about them in the chat, and we create lines of dialogue for them through improv. And we just finished that. So they're every Monday about 9 p.m. EST is when I do those, and then the finished episodes come out the week after. So you can always tune in to the finished cut episodes on my YouTube. Ooh, are you a voice actor? Oh my goodness, hello, welcome. Yeah, so right now we're going into voice acting auditions. Definitely everything that I show on stream that I do live is public knowledge. So definitely feel free to Google and find these and audition yourself. If you fit any of the roles for the characters, oh my goodness, audition. I'm all for spreading the knowledge and the love and having more people, the more talent we can get in. So right now it is Dear Mom, My Letter to You. I'll scroll back to the top. So Dear Mom, My Letter to You. I believe this casting call... Oh, not really voice acting, but you're into it. Well, totally fine. I appreciate you being here and stopping by anyways and being into some voice acting that I will give you. And I welcome all people, regardless of whether you are a part of the craft or not a part of the craft. But we're doing Dear Mom at the moment. It's a dating sim visual novel. So it's going to be released in June 2024. They're having auditions for the extras. So we're going to be auditioning for anything that fits for us. And I'm just taking notes of some of the important information that they're telling us about submission guidelines. So a lot of this is pretty standardized throughout voice acting. Usually you do up to 2 takes a character. So what that means is you can do 2 versions of the lines that you send in. And then you do them in ABC format, which just means that usually when you do auditions, they give you line 1, line 2, line 3. When you go to do those lines again, you would go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, instead of 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. So usually that's what they want you to do, is to go like that up and down twice. The only thing, they also say don't edit your recordings, which is what we do. I always noise removal, even when they tell me not to. Although I'm in a professional booth, so I don't have to, but like, I do. The only thing that I want to make sure I remember here is that they want MP3s. Usually, casting folk. Ooh, don't hit the microphone too much, Rachel. This is why I have a very hefty microphone arm, because there's so many times that I bang, bang, bang. Usually, casting places want a WAV file, not an MP3. So we need to remember when we go to export these that we're doing an MP3. So that we send them what they want. And they want emailed auditions, so I'm going to take this and copy that. I'm going to go into a separate little tab. So let me open a tab and then bring it out so you guys can't see my email. Ooh. I mean, my email is a business email anyways, so you can, it's fine. Like, it's not a secret, but I do like to do this separately because I don't always delete my emails. And you don't need to see everything else. I'm one of those boys. Yeah, there's a lot of steps. And I think it can be really intimidating for people who are newer to voice acting or just doing it for fun. But the steps are easy. It's just as long as you have that sheet up there that's walking you through it rather than trying to memorize them all. Then it tends to be a lot easier than people think. And I always like to give people a shot. See, so for example, they're going to tell us exactly how to title the email subject. So I just put their email into mine. I'm going to copy and paste that subject over here to my email. I'm going to pop it in my subject, and I'm going to replace your name with my name. Bam. Part of it done. Okay. Now, the worst part about these about auditions like this is that I'm gonna have to write a nice email. I'm gonna have to be like, hello, my name is. Thank you for the opportunity to blah blah blah. Like you're at work, like you're at a corporate office. It's always the worst part is trying to write a good email. Yeah. See, include. Okay, so I'm gonna copy where they say include details about your studio setup and your microphone equipment, because I never remember to say this. And it does not do me well because I have a nice setup, so I kind of need to say it. Right? Formal emails suck. Oh my god. And then it's like yeah, exactly. See, everybody hates it. It's so funny too because so I used to work as a receptionist. And so every email I sent was like, hello, period. Thank you for contacting such and such. We will be with you in like so many business days. Blah, 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 blah. And it's like so formatted. And you just kind of sit there like, what am I doing with my life? Will they hate me for this? What kind of tone is this email sending? Am I being too abrasive? And you get into your head. What character am I planning to voice act? Great question. So, we're going to try for Misako. She is like the intimidating one. She's, you can see stubborn, serious, quick-tempered. She's kind of like, not the mean girl, but she's intimidating. So we're going to voice act for her. We're going to audition for her. We're going to audition for the bubbly bitch, as I like to refer to them, who is like high-pitched and squeaky. They're usually blonde, because that's how it goes. But we're very good at high-pitched voices, so I'm going to do that one. And then think we're gonna try Miyuki. Yes, girl boss. Gatekeep girl boss. Nope. Wait, neurodivergency. Hold on. What's the third word? Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. There it is. I was like, brain, where is it? Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. Okay, that's what we are about to do. That's gonna be like, yeah, that's gonna be this girl, I think, because I think she's gonna end up being more Mean Girls territory. This I think is the bully. So we're gonna try the bully. It does say mid-high, so my voice is kind of in the medium to high range. I can do low, but it starts getting very, I don't want to say old because that's not quite what I mean. It's hard to explain. It gets very either provocative, which they definitely don't want because I have a villain voice that is very low, or it goes into like gender neutral soldier territory. Yeah, I like these characters. And these are side characters too. The main roles are already filled, which is what's crazy how well these are. We'll definitely do Mikuro because the cheerly upbeat ones are super, super good for my voice type. Does it say what she does? Student council secretary. Okay. Generally, I can do the high-pitched ones that are like bubbly and happy and or preppy mean, but the high-pitched ones are usually ones I go for. And also, yeah, right. And also the brain. Oh, the like the lax skateboardy types. I don't know if that'll make any sense to other people. The ones that tend to be like, yeah, man, whatever you need. I mean, it sounds like a cool day to me. Like that energy, like they're almost like they're high, but they're not. They're not technically. They're more like I don't know how to explain it besides skateboarder era, where they have like the baggy pants and maybe they do a sport or two, but they're kind of just like one of the guys. So that and then the exact opposite are the two that I usually get cast for when it comes to stereotypical female roles. That or children, but children are a whole separate category of character. But hero roles and hero adjacent. Yeah, like a little hippie, go with the flow. They tend to be male roles in anime. It's usually a guy. And it's usually like a sidekick guy. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. But when it's a female character, they almost always 99% of the time are my voice pitch, or at least where I put them, which is sort of like, I call it the Ash Ketchum voice because it's about, if I were to do an Ash Ketchum impression, it's that voice. And it sounds, I've been told it sounds like him. It's also my little boy voice, so it's like 12-year-old boy voice. But it tends to be women of that stereotype as well, because they usually like a scratchier, lower voice, since it's usually a male-dominated character. So we won't do Itaru. We won't do the grandpa. That's the only real thing I can't do, besides just straight up men, is old people. I can't do the elderly. For whatever reason, I cannot do an old lady voice. I don't know. Have no idea. We might do the extra voices because then we can play around with voices, but we're pretty much going to do all the ladies because most of these are pretty stereotypical, and stereotype, when I use it, is always a good word. We like I should say archetypes. That's the word I'm supposed to be using. Archetypes, stereotypes, right? They're all in that range of like, this is the funny one, this is the smart one, this is the preppy one, this is the whatever. So they tend to be voices that we can do when they're like that. So we'll do all of the ladies here, I think. So I think we can get right into it. Yes, we can. Feel like old people are hard to voice. I couldn't imagine myself imitating an old person either. They're so hard.
genuinely, like, it's really funny because with folks that I speak to about voice acting, we love like talking about different voice characters and doing different voices, and I will talk to them and I'll be like, oh, what voices can you do? And they'll be like, oh, this or that. I like to do this one. I like to do that one. And then I'll listen to like a demo or something or a project where they do an old person. And I come back to them in like the Discord messages and I'm like, you didn't tell me you could do an old person voice. And they're like, what do you mean? Everyone could do an old person voice. I'm like, no, no, we can't. Like, it's incredible. People who can genuinely sound elderly and are like 20, 30, oh my God, it's impressive. I personally think it's the hardest voice to do. Literally. Nobody will ever say they like to do the old person voice. They don't like to do it, right? They just can. But for those of us who can't, every time I listen to it, I'm like, how? Which is so funny because everyone has their own unique voice, but God, it's a voice I wish I could do. Yeah, they're genuine. If they like to do it, like if it's one of their favorite voices, they are the unicorn of the voice acting industry. I often find it's really funny because I don't know if it's just me, but I know for me personally, my favorite character voices that I like to do are not what I get cast as, because they're not what my voice is usually what you picture, which is a weird way of saying it, but usually what you think of when you think of that stereotype, you do not think of my voice. But they're my favorite roles to play because I love villains, I love horror things, so I like voicing those characters. But lots of female villains tend to be very low voiced, and I am not. So I don't always get cast as them, but when I do, it's like, oh yes, I eat. Yes!
Little gremlin voices, and they scheme and they think and they go, oh, I am blah, 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 blah.
Yes. Yo, gremlin voices are so fun. Oh my goodness. I love to hear everybody's different little like gremlin voice. And I love that gremlin has transpired its own word and become a word that means like a whole being. Like it's not just, yes, a gremlin is a fantasy creature. It is that thing or that person is a gremlin, Like, and you can tell, and everybody can go into the gremlin mode. I love it. Oh my God. Okay. Let's do Misako here. So, cool, serious, intimidating. So this is probably the bad boy. It is an entire concept. Yes. I love words that become concepts. It's like my favorite thing. Things that just become whole concepts. Oh, it's so fabulous. Sorry, brain, come back, brain. Brain. Oh my God. Woo! Okay. Let's do some lines for Misako. So she's cool, serious, intimidating, mid to low. Okay, so if she's our bad boy, we'll do the lowest voice we got without going villain. It's probably not gonna be what they want, but there's no point in not auditioning. So, third year high schooler, so junior, leader of Perrin's new friend group, stubborn, serious, quick-tempered. Doesn't like to follow the rules. People know better than to get in the way of her and her friends at school. Yeah, so she's the bad boy. She's the bad boy in lady form. So, let's pull up our recording software. Let's do these lines. Here we go. What's up, Pebbles? Me and the girls are gonna check out a movie after school. You down? I've heard a lot about you. You didn't have to go so far. Even people like you should know better than to drag other people into your crap. What did you say? You don't know anything about me. Okay, I'm gonna pause.
thank you. I don't know if it's, maybe if I full screen it, hold on. Oh, I gotta take the chat off. They're duckies. They're little baby ducks. It's a little white duck, and it's a little black duck, and then they're little baby duckies. I went into I thank you. The chokers are like my favorite part of my outfit every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I really appreciate when folks notice them. I know it's hard to see down here in this little corner. But they're little duckies. I went into Spencer's. That's what it was. I went into Spencer's and I saw the duckies and I was like, ducky choker. And I'm not like, there's like two sections of goth punk, right? There's the folks who are a bit more like, I like dark things, but cute dark things. And I like dark things. And generally speaking, I am in the I like dark things, not cute dark things. But for whatever reason, I was scrolling through Spencer's and they had all the skulls and the chains and the blood. And I just picked this one up and I go, duckies! And I couldn't resist. They're so cute. I was like, I am this girl today. Oh, did you used to wear chokers too? Oh my goodness. Yeah, a lot of people tend to go through the emo phase. Mine just has never been a phase. 95% goth, 5% duck. Bro, why you gotta call me like that? You're right. Oh my god, I looked so funny standing in there too. Because I was like, I don't think I had any of my goth shit on that day because I went with family. Because my cousin got it for me as a Christmas gift because she didn't know what to get me. And so we went into Spencer's and I looked like a normal human being. As much as you can with half of a shaved head. But I looked like a normal girl with a nice little clothes on and a nice little jacket on. And I walked into Spencer's and I looked very out of place. And I walked over to all these chokers. And so it did not help my image to look like a normal white girl with a Starbucks. Scroll through the skulls and the chains and the swords and the bloods and pick out the duck choker. A literally undercover mission. I really had to de-goth for the family. I was like, oh my god. So I walked up to that counter with these little ducks, and I swear that cashier looked at me like... I was like, I swear. It was like, you know when you wear a shirt of like a band or something, and then the incel man has to ask you to name like 20 songs to see if you really like the band? That's what it felt like when he looked at me handing in this duck choker, looking like I just went to Starbucks with Ugg boots. And I was standing like, I swear, I've got black lipstick and more chokers and a shaved haircut. I swear. Like I had to defend my gothness. I did get a duck check. You're right. It's a worthy sacrifice. It is a worthy sacrifice. You gotta do it for the ducks sometimes. You gotta do it for the ducks. And my little baby cousin was also with me. So cousin, a little baby cousin. And she literally and I'm looking at these chokers. And of course it's Spencer's and it's like, you know how Spencer's and Hot Topics always do like the buy one, get one, blah, 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 right? Because you're just spending more money. It's not actually on sale. But whatever. Went up to the counter with my ducks. And he was like, oh, it's buy one, get one. And I looked at this little child who was there with me. Two cousins. Looked at my little baby cousin. And I said, because she was looking at me when I was going through these chokers. And I looked at her and I said, do you want one? Like trying to initiate her into a cult. And she looked at me with these big eyes. She goes, Yeah. And it was so cute. And so we ran over to the chokers. See, little baby was so cute. We ran over to the chokers. And I go, you can pick from one of these two, whatever you want. She goes, okay. And she starts looking through these chokers. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to initiate her as a little goth baby. You want to know what she picks out? This girl points to one and goes, and I look over, and she has picked out a bright pink fake leather, bright pink, fake leather choker with cotton candy and lollipops and ice cream cones all in like pastel rainbow, hanging like a dog collar, like charms on the choker. That is what she picked out. And I'm sitting there like, you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. Because she picked out the little pastel, and I love my pastel goths. They are fully and totally fine. They're just as much a goth as the rest of us goths, but it was so adorable for her to pick, because she loves, and I mean, you kind of see it coming, but she loves, typical girly things. She picks out this adorable choker thing, and I let her get it. She gets it, and we go home, and I pull mine out. I got a few. I pull out my duckies, right? And we take her home, and her mom and her dad, and she was like, Dad, we went, we did these things, whatever. I was like, do you want to show your dad the necklace you bought? I didn't say choker. I said necklace. She goes, yeah. We pull out this choker, and she's a little baby. So this choker sits like a whole ass necklace. Like, it's hanging all the way down. It's nowhere near, because it's made for an adult. So it's nowhere near. It's like a full ass necklace on this girl. And she puts it on. She goes, look, Daddy. And I was like, yeah, we match, because I know he's going to get a kick out of it. Literally, it was so funny. She's over here with her cute pastel, what would be a choker on an adult, but is hanging off like her shoulder, and me with my little choker. And he just looks at both of us and he's like, uh-huh, it's cute. It was one of the best days of my life, was this little ducky choker. So, it was worth it. It was worth the sacrifice, because I have a good memory out of it. It was so much fun. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Even thinking about it makes me smile. It's a good time. I love going places with family and hanging out with all the little ones. It really makes me smile. Yeah. Thank you for bringing up my duckies, because now I got to tell the story. And if you couldn't tell, I like to talk. So people always ask me, how do you go for like 4-6 hours just, doing your live streams and doing auditions? And I'm like, well, is she? Wait, is she? Is she wearing a choker too? Oh. Ooh, come on, zoom in. It's gonna make me do it manually. Hold on, I gotta zoom now. View. You ramble to your siblings at 2 a.m.? Bro, I wish I could wake my sister up at 2 a.m. Yes, we tell stories. We tell books. She is wearing one. Ooh, does she have like a scissors earring? What is her earring? Is it a kunai? What is it? What is that earring? They look like scissors. I think they're scissors. So she's really the bad boy. Okay. They weren't kidding. They said, yeah, she's a little low. She's a little intimidating. And also she wears a solid leather choker and scissors on one ear. She's a bad boy.
my goodness. And listen, Charity, you are right for that. That's all I have to say. All I have to say is you are in the right for keeping her up until 4 a.m. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Some of us talk, and some of us don't have an off switch. And that's okay, because that's what streaming and having beautiful people to talk to is for. That's what this is for, because someone's up. Yeah, good. You tell her that. You go to her and you say, I just want you to know that this random bitch on YouTube, this random goth bitch on YouTube said that I was in the right for keeping you up until 4 a.m. Oh my lord, I love you people. You guys are amazing. Holy shit. Holy shit, I love doing this. Live streams are my favorite thing on the planet. Oh my god. I mean, talking to myself is fun, but damn, is it fun to talk to y'all. Woo. Okay. Let me see if I can do this voice. Hold on. I do need to turn down and or back up from this microphone. So, y'all let me know if I get too quiet by doing this. But I'm doing what I call poofing. 'Cause I think it's funny and it makes people think I'm flirting. Do you make parodies of random songs? Bro, that's the life. That's the life. I remember the parody age of YouTube. Oh my god. Like Ninja Sex Party, Star Bomb, who was the one guy? I can only think of the name of his song. I can't think of the name of him. Yeah, I don't remember his name, but there was like Paint, right? Like all of these parody people. Oh, you guys are correct making parodies of random songs. You're correct. Bring it back. Okay, let me see if I can do this voice. I'm going to turn it down. I'm going to turn it down to about there, I think. Pebbles. Yeah, I should be able to do that. Okay. Because I poof into the microphone and I can't turn in takes where I poof. Poofing means I don't know if you can hear that. Depends how much I just blew up your ears and your headphones. But pop filters are supposed to prevent that. But I'm a loud hoe, and so a pop filter cannot prevent me. So I often have to turn my gain down. So let me try these lines real quick. We'll do twice, ABC, ABC. Okay. What's up, Pebbles? Me and the girls are gonna check out a movie after school. You down? I've heard a lot about you. You didn't have to go so far. Even people like you should know better than to drag other people into your crap. What did you say? You don't know anything about me. What's up, Pebbles? Me and the girls are gonna check out a movie after school. You down? I've heard a lot about you. You didn't have to go so far. Even people like you should know better than to drag other people into your crap. What did you say? You don't know anything about me. Alright. Oops. I didn't pause it, so I got my alright in there. Alright, so now you get to come with me to my DAW, my recording software. So that's Reaper where I record. And then I take you into Isotope. And this is where we edit. Thank you. Oh my goodness. I like to audition for as many things as I can, even though roles like that I don't usually get. Because, again, I'm not usually low enough for them, but it's a lot of good experience. Let me hear this.
Yeah, that's me talking. We don't need that. Now I think... I don't know if this will let you hear from here or not. I guess we'll find out real fast. But basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut out a lot of these pauses because I talk very... what's the word I'm looking for? Not slow. I don't talk slow. I talk very fast. But I talk in a cadence, which means a pattern, that tends to insert pauses or moments of silence at very specific intervals when I speak. And so I try to go in and cut up those intervals so that it's a lot faster, for one, because they don't want to listen to me talk for 60 bajillion years. And because if I don't, then a lot of the lines will sound exactly the same, even though I didn't do them the same, because of the pattern in the way that I speak. So I try to eliminate some of those. So I'm going to voice denoise, which means I'm taking out all of the orange. That is not when I speak, because that is fuzz, and I don't want fuzz. Then I'm going to normalize. Oh, somebody changed my normalize. I don't like that. Oh, I usually do 3.5. There's a big debate on how high your peak should be. I think I'm gonna go -4 because I had to turn that down a lot. Yeah. You're not ever supposed to be higher than -3, because if you go higher than -3, you will hurt people's eardrums. But a lot of people don't even like anything close to -3. They think it's too loud. So there's a varying opinion on whether you should be at -6, -3. I can probably turn this back up a little, actually, so that I'm a little louder again. Okay. Some people are at like -12 for recording purposes, because streaming and stuff is different. You want to be decently loud, but for recording purposes, they tell you to go to like -3, which I know a lot of people who are like, -3, what do you mean? That's so loud. And I'm like, yeah, it is, but just doing what I'm told to do. Like, but everybody's different. I've also had professionals tell me don't ever go that high, so I don't know. I never know anymore. All right, we're going to title it Dear Mom. And then what is this character's name? Oh, better yet, how do they want me to write the name of these files? They want... Save your auditions. Right, MP3. Right, okay. Oh, shit. That means I gotta restart it. I was about to save it as a wave. I do it every time. Because people want waves, not MP3s, but we're gonna save it as an MP3. Okay. And they wanted to say, character name, your name. Okay, that's normal. Character name, your name. Folder. We put it under Dear Mom. So the character name is Misako Kouma. Kouma. So Misako Kouma, and then my name. Okay. Enter. It's an MP3 because they want an MP3. Okay. So we're going to delete the at. And then we will go to our next character. So Chiyo Uhara? I'm not really sure. I guess it doesn't matter. She doesn't say her own name. Okay, squeaky, bubbly, artificial. Easy. a member of Misako's group and one of Perrin's new friends. She loves to act all high and mighty and mess with people while they're down, but quickly retreats at the first sign of trouble. Easy, easy, easy. We got this. Okay.
All right, it's high bitch voice time. Let's do this. Here we go. OMG! This must be, like, fate? Oh, it's you! Pebble's ex-best friend. Ayaka, right? Well, don't you have a class to get back to? Slacking off as a second year isn't a good look. Oh, stop that.
Nope. Okay. Here we go.
Oh, stop that hero act already. It makes me sick. OMG! This must be like fate! Oh, it's you. Pebble's ex-best friend. Ayaka, right? Well, don't you have a class to get back to? Slacking off as a second year isn't a good look. Oh, stop that hero act already. It makes me sick.
Ah, not bad, not bad. I apologize for making you jump. I sometimes forget to warn people that my high voice is very different than the way that I naturally speak. But thank you. I appreciate that. I think it fits the character pretty well. It's so funny because I always talk a lot about like, oh, you know, I'm relatively high pitched, which I kind of am. I'm like medium pitched. But I can go pretty high. And so I kind of forget to be like, hey, fair warning. You're about to be like, what the fuck? I'm like, but I do think it fits her as well. It's very like Regina George. And I'm like, yeah, that's a Regina George. So that's kind of what I went with. Oh, I gotta make sure I cut out the part that I fucked up. Okay, wait. No worries, no worries. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me make sure I cut out the part that I fucked up. Hold on. Alright, yep, it's this part right here. I technically have a button that will let you hear the recordings after I've done them, just in case we ever need to listen to it. But I don't know if it works when I'm on Isotope. Oh, I always forget to. Not that anyone watches this part, which is totally chill, because honestly, when I listen to live streams, I put them on in the background, and then I chat every once in a while, because I just think it's more fun that way, because it feels like you have people in the room with you. And I think that's what live streams are about, is just feeling like you have someone in the room with you. And a lot of people don't understand, what is it called? There's a name for when you, there's a name for when you do something separately while other people are also doing separate things in the same space. It's like some sort of bonding or something like that. I don't remember the name for it, but a lot of people don't understand that. They're like, well, if you're with people, don't you want to do things with the people? And I'm like, there's a lot of comfort in just having people in your space, right? Or at least feel like they are with you, and listening to them talk, or maybe joining in every once in a while. But it's there's something comforting about it. And that's kind of how I see live streams when I watch them, is I'm like, I am those lurkers that sort of sit in the background and are like, I just kind of want to have someone, feel like there's someone here with me today. And so that's kind of what I do. It's another reason why I love live streaming these auditions, is because I feel like there's people with me.
obviously you guys are with me, which I love and I appreciate. But even on days when, for whatever reason, people are busy and no one has a chance to step in, it still feels like there are people there. And it doesn't feel like you're talking to yourself and hoping that your insanity goes away. It's just kind of nice to have that energy. Yeah, I've been told by a lot of different artists, especially ones that do like Artist Alley and stuff. But I've been told by a lot of different artists that they will often put on live streams or put on YouTube videos rather than like listen to music, because it gives you that sense of just someone being there while you're doing something. I like that. I really do like that. I think it works from the streamer end of it too. I like the idea of being that for someone, for anybody who likes to come in and lurk, but also I do it for myself when I watch other people and when I'm streaming. When there's no one here, there are people here. I like that too. Okay. Miyuki Amada. Mischievous, menacing, and artificial. Member of Misako's group and Perrin's new friend. Compared to her partner Chio. Chio is the blonde? Yes. Okay, so mean girl. So compared to the mean girl, Miyuki is much more menacing and has no problems with showing violence. Okay, so I think this is where we're going into, like, if the first girl was bad boy, where she's like, yo, what the fuck did you say? And the second girl is like, mean girl, where she's like, you're ugly. Then I would say that this girl is probably the sadistic one. She's probably like the typical like tsundere yandere type, where she's like, yeah, I'll rip you your insides out, like that kind of thing. Yeah, that's the vibe I'm going for. It does say medium pitch. I don't know if I'm gonna keep my voice or not. We got a violent one that'll actually do something. Yes, exactly. I think this is the girl who actually has the knife and the scissors in her pocket, right? This is the crazy one that'll actually try things. Whereas the others are like, yo, don't step to us. She's like, yeah, don't step to us. I'm not gonna give her that voice. I can't. They'll kill me. Maybe I just do mine. But she says totes. I feel like I gotta go a little higher with totes.
Yeah, totes.
That's a little mean girl, isn't it?
Yeah, totes.
There we go. Let's put a soft on it. Ooh, okay. All right. Let's do this.
Yeah, totes. Our toy isn't meant to be shared, you know. We don't appreciate you sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. You leave when we say you can. That goes for you, too. You'll have your turn once we're done with Kawasaki. Yeah, totes! Our toy isn't meant to be shared, you know. We don't appreciate you sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. You leave when we say you can. That goes for you, too. You'll have your turn once we're done with Kawasaki.
Stopping in to say hi, and good job on Chio's voice especially. Oh, thank you! If you need a voice actor, you'll keep me in mind. I appreciate that. Always, always, always. I am happy to work in any project at any time. I love doing characters. And thank you for the compliment on Chio's voice. She's a really fun voice to do, and I appreciate it. I love when folks stop in and say hi. Oh, I didn't stop that recording. Oh my goodness, wait, y'all have to see this. I didn't stop the recording, so there's this huge chunk of just me talking. Okay. Let me just, boop, delete it. Gone. Okay. That's so funny. Sometimes I don't remember what to do or how to say things. A lot of these have mid patches. Yeah, I know. The crying. Oh. We're getting a little... Okay, there we go. And then this should be where I restart. So we're going to put it right there. We're actually going to delete some of this beginning. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Do. Uh-oh. Theme songs are coming back. There's, I don't know what spicy brain things I have, but whatever it is, will repeat music in my head, and oftentimes it is music that doesn't have words. And so then, whatever the spicy is will then want me to say, if it has words, the lyrics out loud. So you'll often, if there's any, like, in quotes, silent periods, you'll hear me saying lyrics. And that's because my neurospicy wants me to do it. And so when there aren't any lyrics and it's a theme song, then it just kind of goes doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. And so I just had a moment right there where, for whatever reason, it chose MP3s. Okay, I didn't do the voice denoise brain. Okay. It shows the Nickelodeon theme song, which is like 0.2 seconds long. So I don't know why it would do that. But so I just for 0.2 seconds, my brain went do 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 do. And I was like, brain, there's only one word to that theme song, and it's Nickelodeon. Why didn't you just say that? Like, your brain has songs in your head but keeps replaying that one part. Yes. I know that fully. That is, if not the same thing, very similar to whatever mine is as well, where it'll keep going back to that one part. Let me put her name down. Miyuki Mata. Okay. For about 3 years, maybe 4, at least 3. The one that has been stuck and will consistently come back, because sometimes they rotate. The one that consistently will come back is the NCIS theme song. So if there's absolutely... It is a good jingle, isn't it? The little Nickelodeon one. Nickelodeon. If there's absolutely nothing in my brain that it feels like it can cling to, it will revert to do 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 over and over and over, exactly like you're saying. It unfortunately is a symptom of a lot of different neurodivergencies, so that alone can't really get you a diagnosis of, like, you have this or you have that. So I don't know what it is, but it's one of those things that I let people know of when I can remember, because otherwise they'll just be casually doing things and they'll just hear me literally be like, do 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 do, and I won't acknowledge it because, again, it's my brain, it's not necessarily me. And they'll just be like, you realize you've sung that exact part of the theme song 12 times in the last 10 minutes. And I'll be like, like, I can't turn it off. It just happens. So yeah, that one's been going for about 3 years, almost 4. It started, I want to say, with Zelda theme songs. Cause the other thing that sucks about it is when you try to remember one specifically,
oftentimes it'll not let you. I think the Zelda one that would get stuck was bum bum ba na 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 ba na 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 ba na 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 ba bum ba da dum ba da dum ba da na 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 na, and then just sort of circles. Thankfully, Zelda music is written to circle, so that was a little bit easier because it's also a little bit longer that my brain remembered, but it was a little bit easier because it would just circle back into each other, so it didn't feel as stuck as something like the NCIS theme song or whatever it decides it wants to pick can feel, because it'll just keep repeating the thing like you said. My earlier streams, which unfortunately Twitch got rid of, although I think they're on YouTube, have a lot of lines from Star Kids' Nerdy Prudes Must Die, because I watched it a month or two ago and I fell in love. Yeah. It brings back. Yeah, Zelda will get you. It's always music you listen to specifically, but it's very repetitive songs anyways. Okay. I see. And yeah, that part of the music's so good. I adore Zelda music. And the Wind Waker ones are the ones that get like stuck in my head, because that was kind of my era. Twilight Princess was my game, but Wind Waker was more my age. So both of those were my thing. So I love Zelda, and those get stuck in my head a lot. But yeah, some chorus lines from Nerdy Prudes Must Die were stuck for a while, for like a couple months. And so there's a lot of streams of me where I'm record, open up the edit, but I know the words, so I would say the words, and then my brain will finish saying the words, and I'll finish editing the audio, and then I'll just stand there for a second and go, I swear to God, one day, if my neurospicy thing gets me copyright struck because I can't stop singing lyrics to songs, it'll be the funniest thing on the planet if that ever happens, because I would just make a compilation of every time I've done this, and then I would just caption it, do you think I want to do this? Oh, but yeah, it's one of those things, you know? We all got something, so we live with what we got. Yeah, sometimes it's fun, but in other words, long conversation short, Zelda music rocks. I wish that would get stuck in my head instead of some of the other things. And yeah, I feel what you're saying. That was the point of this conversation. There's never a point to my conversations, but that's why they're fun. Okay. Mikaru Fawn, cheerful, friendly, upbeat. This is the smart one, right? She's an easygoing, K-pop loving second-year high schooler. She keeps up with her studies and is very friendly with others, making her suitable for the role of student council secretary. She strongly values her friendships with her student council colleagues, Miyamo and Rikio. Both were not on here. So I think I'm going to do my normal voice for this, because this is like a non-stereotype. This is just like the friendly one. So let's just say these lines. Let's do it. Ooh. And I'm the student council secretary, Mikaru Fawn. You can call me Mikaru-chan. Get out! You're making the fishing game for our festival? That's awesome! What a great idea! It's strange how wrong doing the right thing feels. And I'm the student council secretary, Mikaru Fawn. You can call me Mikaru-chan. Get out! You're making the fishing game for our festival? That's awesome! What a great idea! It's strange how wrong doing the right thing feels. Yeah, I will say, The only thing that sucks about my normal voice is my accent's a little strong. And so saying you can call me Chan. Oh, the American hit so hard. It really said Chan. I was like, ooh. Maybe not the best decision, but that's okay. I'm banking more for Mean Girl. If I was to get any of them, I think the Mean Girl would be pretty good. Did I? No, I'm okay. I was like, did I cut something? No, okay, I'm okay. But I think the Mean Girl would be closer to character that I would voice. This way they just know all of the voices that I can do and my full range. 'Cause better to give them options and be like, hey, do you like the high-pitched voice but you want it for this character instead? Bam, you know I can do it. Do you like my natural voice but you want it for this character instead? Bam, you know I can do it. So good to give them as many possible. Ooh, that was a bit much. Oh, I'm cutting. Let me bring you over. There we go. Good to give them as much possible variance as I can, because that way they have options and they can mix and match. And it's always fun to mix and match. There it is. There's the NCIS. The pain I used to experience when trying to impersonate characters without letting my real accent slip in. Yes. Yes. You know my pain all too well. Oh, my lord. I also... So, accents are a funny thing, because technically, where I am from in the Americas is the neutral accent. So, it is technically the accent that is not an accent. Whereas every other place in the US have a distinct accent. So, I'm not supposed to have one. And somehow, don't know why, but somehow I have an amalgamation of accents from all different types of places. And I think it just comes from, I don't want to call it code switching, because that's a real thing that like people go through and need to put respect on that, but it comes from, I think that was our last one. Yeah, am I doing the extra lines today? Yeah, fuck it, sure. I think it comes from just... I was an adapter a lot. I'm very much someone, and I still kind of am, I'm very much someone who will sort of adapt myself to whatever environment I'm in, and that includes vocally. So now my natural accent is just like this weird mix and match of the general neutral American, but also there's a little bit of like really hard A's and R's that like New England has, and there are some of the dragging vowels that like New Jersey has and Philly have, and there's a lot, a little bit of the properness of DC. There's a lot mixed in there. So it's one of those things where I stopped caring. People told me too many times that I should care, and so I said fuck you, and I stopped caring. Because that's how I work. Yeah, we're just going to do all different voices for this one. We're not going to go through 2 takes. This way they know all the voices I can do. So they wanted extras my name. Okay, so we're just going to do this one real quick and real fun. For me, I think it's my lack of accent that makes an accent. Like, it's noticeable that I have a very plain way of talking as a fellow neutral American. Interesting. You know what? I could see that. I don't think I can picture it. Again, picture with listening is weird. I don't know if I could picture it, but I think I understand and believe what you're saying. That it's like so neutral that it in and of itself has become an accent. That's so interesting. Well, hey, that means you have a unique voice because, that's curious. Huh. Okay, let me put on some weird fucking voices. Here we go.
Haha, thanks for the warm welcome, Ayame. It's been a while, hasn't it?
My, not with that empty stomach of yours. Come, eat. After going through all the trouble of finding Little Cone, you need a good pick-me-up. Welcome to Hageshi Ramen! Are you ready to place your orders?
Thanks. I put a lot of effort into it.
Feel free to browse around if anything strikes your fancy. Or if you just want to chat, I'm all ears. There we go. Now they have a good variety. You get told you sound very robotic or artificial. Okay. Alright, let's talk about this for a second. First of all, whoever told you you sound robotic or artificial can suck a dick, because that's rude as fuck. I know it may have been in a friendly way, and that's totally fine. But also, damn, okay. That said, that's really interesting to sound robotic. I wonder if people understand how difficult it is to actually sound robotic. I have an AI voice that I do. It's hard. But maybe they mean then that you sound like soft. Literally. Bold statement. Like to just be like, you know, you kind of sound like artificial. Like, excuse me, bitch, what? Like, I sound what? Huh? You trying to say I sound like Siri? Like what? No. She got paid nothing. Hold on. No, I'm just kidding. Dang. I don't know how I would react if someone told me that. Again, might have been in a friendly way, and that's totally chill. But that, I would be curious. I'd be curious to know how they could think you would sound robotic. And also curious to know just, like, what your natural voice is that might be giving off that sort of... Unless you focus on it like in voice acting. See, but that I would say is... I would say that is more of a... intention thing, right? Like an inflection thing. If they mean it in that sense, I think maybe then it's just you're probably inflecting in a very consistent pattern, like how I was talking about with cadence. And so that consistent pattern makes you feel a little like similar through all your speech, and maybe that's where they're getting robotic. But when it comes to accent or tone, well, okay, I guess if you put a consistent inflection and then put a neutral tone on it, like a neutral accent, I could see where they're coming from. Because a neutral accent on top of a consistent inflection would be robotic. I usually have a sassy tone when I talk. When I try a calm approach, people always give off the vibe like I'm trying to hate or I'm very sassy and mouthy. Something like that, except it's my voice. Oh, I know a lot of people who get that. I know a lot of folks who they also get it with their face, where they're like, I'm not angry, that's just my face. And they get it with their voice, like, this is just the way that I talk. It's the classic, like, I know a lot of friends who would always tell me about how they're like, their mom or someone would get mad at them because they'd be like, why are you back talking me? Why are you sassing me? And the person's like, this is literally just how I sound. Like, I am not back talking you. This is just the way that I talk. I'm not trying to be snarky. Yeah, the face thing too. Yeah. Thank God I don't have that, because the kind of shit y'all have to go through where people just assume that you're like snarky and mean and mouthing off. Oh my God, I can't imagine. That shit would drive me crazy to have someone just automatically misinterpret me like that. Oh, I would be pissed. Oh my God, yeah. Y'all's pain, man. Y'all's pain is strong. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna open up my email tab and send this nice little formal email here. So I'm gonna say hello. My name is, and I am submitting, I guess, auditions, plural? Auditions for. Nope. Dear Mom. I should probably use the full title. What's the full title? Dear Mom, my letter to you. Maybe it's the neurospice. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. So many of us with the neurospice, we're trying to talk normal, and we're like, in quotes, right? We're trying to talk normal, and we're trying to just be ourselves, and everybody around us is like, there's something off about her. And you're just like, can you not? Can I please just talk without commentary for 0.5 seconds? Oh, it's definitely the neurospice. Oh. Studio setup. I have a and okay. And okay, and then I'm gonna say, thank you for the opportunity. That's the line I close with every time, because it's nice, it's friendly, it works out well. Alright, so now I need to attach all of the recording, so I gotta go find it. The worst part is when it doesn't open to where you last were. Hate it so much. Every time I record, it does that, and I don't know how to change it because I'm not techie enough to know how to change it. I wish I was. Alright. Boop. Boop. I guess I kind of did, huh? I was a little Minecraft villager. Yeah. Sometimes when you're just trying to concentrate, you're just kind of like, I need to focus, and so I'm going to make little weird noises so I can focus. And it's either that or I do a weird like accent. Like I go into Irish and I start talking this way, and sometimes people get a little annoyed, but some other times people are like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, I'm sorry, but this is what happens. So, it just depends. Woo! Alright, so we're gonna do the next one. So we can delete Dear Mom. Finish that. Next one is Sunset Phoenix. I'm gonna get a bit of a snacky. Oh, I got a big old carton of goldfish.
the snack that smiles back. Goldfish!
You have to. It's a requirement. I will back away, though, so you don't have to ASMR my mouth sounds. Because I know that can be really awful for some people. Goldfish dance! I always gotta dance when I eat my goldfish. Ooh, I'm running out of drink too. That's fair. I find that, I find that Cheez-Its and Goldfish are kind of like 50-50 split. I know a lot of people who prefer Cheez-Its, a lot of people who prefer Goldfish. I actually have both for in-snack booths. In-booth snacks. Thank you, brain. Goldfish are a little bit easier to eat in the booth because you can pop one fully in your mouth. I got a little tiny mouth, so sometimes Cheez-Its I gotta take 2 bites. But I think it just depends on what kind of flavor you want that day. Because they're very different flavors of cheese. Very, very different. So I think it just kind of depends. But they're both very good. But I always like to keep my giant carton of Goldfish in here. Because it's an easy snack to pop in. Sometimes I switch it out, but Goldfish is easy. And then I Goldfish dance. Used to have a big carton like that, and my dad used to use some to pack my school lunches. Same. I have been a Goldfish baby since I was a baby. I love Goldfish. And then and I love the big cartons, because then you can just pop, and you just sort of like dump a whole thing of Goldfish. I love it. I love the cartons. Goldfish is quality. And I've never been like I know they make other flavors of Goldfish. Like I know they make the colorful ones and like the extra cheese or whatever it is. I just like my classic Goldfish. My classic Goldfish. That's where it's at. But it's just a little snacky time. I did get some fruit snacks this week, so maybe I'll have fruit snacks at some point in the booth. But fruit snacks are a little harder because they have just enough sugar in them to make you want more of them. Whereas Goldfish kind of like satisfies you when you eat a handful. Even if it's not necessarily as like energy giving. Kind of satisfies you, so it's what it is. Okay. Sunset Phoenix is a modern fantasy murder mystery series. Hell yeah! We love our fantasy and our murder. Nope, shouldn't say that. So wait, no. I am on lingering artist side here. What do you mean swallowing them whole? Excuse me? Excuse me? Bro, you better put that into like the world records book. Because that's crazy. That's amazing. But that's crazy. Swallowing them whole? Holy shit. Maybe we do what? Maybe we do just Wait. Okay, you're not the person who said you preferred Cheez-Its. I'm sorry. Sometimes all of the usernames are in the because I'm using like a separate software besides just YouTube. The usernames are all in the same color. So sometimes I can't tell who said what too strongly. That's why I'm doing like this to the thing. Okay. I'm glad you are not the person who said that they preferred that was lingering artist who said that they prefer Cheez-Its, because if you were swallowing Cheez-Its whole, damn. Yeah, you're talking Goldfish. Okay. Goldfish is a little bit more understandable. I could see you go like if you're doing like I could see that. I can't imagine doing it, but I can see people doing that, like you doing that, where you're just like, right, and you just sort of swallow it. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, a saw trap with those edges. That's why I was so concerned at the beginning. It's because I was like, who said that? Because. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No, you couldn't do the Cheez-Its. Goldfish, yeah, goldfish, I believe you. And you know what? I even support you, okay? I'll say it. I'll support you. I can support you in swallowing goldfish whole. I can't do it, but I can support you in it. It's not like you said something crazy, like you bite into a cheese stick, right? That I would not support you. That I'd have to kick you out of the stream for that. But like, I can support you for swallowing goldfish. I can't swallow anything, so that's just my own problem. I can't even do pills and shit. But you know, good on you. Get into the world record book for that. That's what I have to say. I'll bet you no one else does that. Actually, there's some weird world records. There might be people who have world records for swallowing goldfish. Huh. I'm not gonna look it up. Nope. I debated for a second whether I was gonna look it up. No, I'm not gonna look it up. I don't want to know. I'm gonna choose to believe that you own that title, and I think you deserve that title. Yeah. I'm gonna go back to my murder mystery. 2 women being framed for the murder of an immortal. Less than 15 lines. Cool. 2 roles. Remote only. Email, I love it. Okay, no files for AI training. Thank God. Of course. I am always here to support. Always here to support. You know, unless you say something crazy, but I don't think you will. I am always here to support y'all. Oh, we're doing a form. Okay, let's see what the form looks like. Okay, we can do that form. It's not a hard form. We'll fill it out while we're sitting here. Name. Rachel. Pronouns. Any. Oh my god, is that the Me theme song? Do 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 do. I think it is. I think that's the Me theme song. I looked it up and it said 300 in one sitting by a college student in Los Angeles in 1974. Holy shit. 1974. Damn, goldfish are old, huh? That's probably so rude. I probably just called someone in their 60s old. Oh, it'll come for me one day. Damn, okay, well, good for that kid. You know what? I will bet you I would not be surprised if that was like a frat boy who was like, you guys want to watch me swallow some goldfish whole? And then he just chugs a whole carton. Yo, that's what I'm saying. Goldfish are old. Damn. And okay. Ooh, I'm hitting things. This is why I got a sturdy thing. It is the Me theme song. Okay. 1958. Holy shit. So they have like 20 years before they're 100 years old? Oh my god. Goldfish is gonna turn 100 while I'm alive? Holy shit. Huh. Okay. Well, I love learning new things every day. All right. Fair enough, Goldfish. You win this round. I don't know what they won. Oh, my lord. Yeah. I don't know what it. You know, a lot of people like to guess about what will be in the future and how things work. And I love seeing like the timepieces from the 70s and the 80s about even later or even earlier sometimes. I think they go back into like the era of filmmaking and they ask people, what do you think it'll be like in 100 years and stuff? And they're talking about flying cars and world peace. And I'm like, I don't want to speculate because I have a feeling that anything I say is going to be wrong. Because you can't say anything good because then bad things are going to happen. And you're going to be like, oh, this sucks. But you don't want to say anything bad because then you're putting bad energy into the world. I don't know. Okay. File name should be submitted as, okay, so we're doing it backwards this time. My name, character name, audition. Okay. We're doing MP3s again. 2 takes, got it. Not every line must be read. That's new. Never seen that before. Okay, well, I'm going to read every line. This doesn't look like you have a lot. Nah, okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, you don't want to jinx it. Exactly what I'm talking about. Ooh, she pretty. Oh, hold on. She looked like a sexy bitch. Hold on. Oh, she pretty. Is it like paint or blood? Yeah, this is pretty art. It's a pretty art in a pretty lady. That's all I'm saying. Damn. I can't tell if it's supposed to be like blood and it's just blue or if it's paint because it does look a little paint splattery. But then she's got this big old flame of blue in the background. I'm not sure. Maybe it'll tell us. Let me zoom back out. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty. Okay. Leader of the Midnight Ring, the largest smuggling operation this side of the continent. Valentine is more calculating than her laissez-faire attitude lets on. She, her, 2024. Okay. Generic American accent. Hell ye, that's me. Guessing is how fiction inspired IRL inventions. We got phones because the idea came from some sci-fi story. Really? That's cool. Also, yeah, pretty girl. Hell yeah. That's really cool. I mean, I guess I always thought about the fact that maybe they came from like Star Trek or something because I know there's like communicators in like Star Trek. I think Star Trek's before Stargate, but there's communicators in both of them. Huh. Yeah, I guess we do have to guess then because otherwise, you know, where are you gonna be? Okay, fair point. Okay. Cool, cruel, and femme. Educated, confident, aloof, and always has a cool head. Leans a little into the sultry villainous archetype. Yes, that's my favorite voice. Yes. Likes to tease others in a likes to play with her food way. Oh my god. These are my favorite characters to do. I don't usually get cast as them, but knock on wood, do all the things. We're putting good energy into the universe. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna nail this. We might get cast as this because this shit's my favorite. All right, folks. Let me make sure I get our lines in there. Okay. All right. Oh, let me pull out a little water bottle because I gotta refill my actual bottle. I know. I'm gonna say into the universe that I hit the jackpot. We can do this. We can book this. Let's fucking go. All right. Here we go. Get into my attitude with my stance. Just remember, I tried the diplomatic option first.
When the other factions realize Sloane's no longer there to protect them, the Sunset family is looking at total annihilation. It's only after that anyone would try to kill us. Oh, you look so much less incriminating now. Just remember, I tried the diplomatic option first. When the other factions realize Sloane's no longer there to protect them, the Sunset family is looking at total annihilation. It's only after that anyone would try to kill us. Oh, you look so much less incriminating now. Hell yeah. Thank you for knocking on your pencil. Let's fucking go. I love that voice. And I love villains. Love that type of energy where they're sexy and they play with shit. All right. Let's cut this up. Let's send it in. And we will have it nice and good. Oops, that's a little close. I think that's okay. Yes, okay. Aw, thank you! I appreciate that. That's really nice to hear, especially on that voice. I like that voice a lot. Don't always get cast for it, because not everyone... A lot of people want their villains lower, but I love it. And it's definitely my favorite energy. That and villain, but the exact opposite, are probably my two favorites. So it's sultry, sexy, low voice, taunting villain that we just did. And then the Harley Quinn style, over the top, absolutely crazy, wants to go ham, high pitched, almost squealy villain. Love those two. They're a lot of fun. I just like villains. I mostly am known for villains and horror pieces, because I scream very well, and I cry very well, and I die very well. So the joke I like to say is, people be like, "Oh, what are you known for? What are you good at?" And I go, screaming, crying, dying. Because if I'm in a horror, I am 9 times out of 10 the victim. And I love it. I love it. It's so much fun to be the victims in horror. This is Sunset Phoenix. But crying, screaming, crying, dying. Or that's where it's at. Sunset Phoenix. Okay. And they wanted my name, then character name, which is Valentine what? Valentine U. Okay. So my name, Valentine U. And then they wanted audition at the end. Okay. Wow, 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 wow. Baby, I know. Uh-oh. Don't keep that song, Brain. Please don't keep that song. Please pick a different song. First cut is the deepest. Okay. And then the second one, Amelia LeBrun. Switch us over. Okay. Valentine's spy in a rival crew. Amelia is expressive, kind, and casual. The layperson in contrast to this world of magic and immortal criminals. She, her, 24. So kind, casual. She looks a little butch. I think she's a little built. She seems like she's got some muscles. She's probably like a Scorpia type. would be my guess from She-Ra. Generic American accent, awesome. Naturalistic performance, okay, we can do that. Earnest protagonist, audience surrogate, most relatable character. Kind of freaking out a lot of the time. Okay, yeah. I think I'm gonna do my normal voice, maybe a little lower. Let's see what comes naturally. Can we please go back in the car with the tinted windows? I don't want to go to sleep. I just keep imagining waking up again covered in someone else's blood. Now, do I have to break more stuff, or are you going to run to your safe and pay us? Can we please go back in the car with the tinted windows? I don't want to go to sleep. I just keep imagining waking up again covered in someone else's blood. Now, do I have to break more stuff? Or are you going to run to your safe and pay us? She seems like the negotiator from her design. Yeah, her design gives me, her design honestly gives me, like, enforcer vibes. Which is why it's a little interesting to me that her personality is, like, kind, calm, natural. I like it when they go away from the stereotypes and they do, make certain looks have a personality you might not expect. But I do agree with you that she doesn't, her design does not look like she would be that kind of person. It definitely looks more like she's kind of a built bodyguard almost, something like that. But I guess that just means that doing it with my voice, my natural voice, might actually be a good thing. Since my natural voice is a little femme/gender neutral, it can often surprise people. And so... Oh. Yeah. And so it can kind of be good for characters that maybe don't match their look to their personality. Because people will be like, I'm trying to look for something that's like, you know, different. And I'm like, well, if there's one thing you can say about me, it's different. Different is a word you can use, and I will take it gladly. Trying to cut out these little bitty bits here. Okay. Oh, is that a breath? Yeah, it's fine. I breathe a lot, but that's okay. These are MP3s. Okay. What is the name? I always forget the names. Sunset something. Sunset Phoenix. Okay. And her name is... Nope. Her name is... Come on, find the right tab, please. Amelia LeBrun. Okay. Oops. Amelia LeBrun. Nope, it wants me first. Then Amelia LeBrun. Then the word audition. Okay. This was fun, gonna go, but good luck getting cast, especially Chio and Valentine. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the good luck. Have a good night or morning or whatever it may be for you. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. Okay. All right, I think that's the two characters for this. So let's... Ooh, I keep hitting that water bottle. We are submitting to a form. Okay, I have the form up. Add file.
We need to go to sunset. There it is. And we're going to submit both of these. Boop. Okay. Anything else you'd like to share? I don't think so. Oh, you know what? Maybe since we didn't get to do a lot of vocal range here, because we did our low villain and we did our normal voice, I can do a different range of voices in the female / gender neutral spectrum. Please let me know if you would like a specific pitch tone. Thanks! Exclamation point. All right, submit. Do 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 do. Baby, I know. Brain? Brain? Not that song, please. This is very entertaining. Oh, I'm glad. I am an entertainer at heart, and so I try to be entertaining at all times, because it makes me very happy to be able to do that. Did I want to go in order here? Alice in blank. Yeah, this one's cool. This one's cool. The art for this one is so cool. I remember seeing this. Oh, this is so cool. Oh, I gotta zoom into this. I'm on the wrong button. View. Look at how cool this looks. It's so pretty. And it's like so cartoonish, and it's got bright colors. Oh, looks awesome. It's very, like, Hell of a Boss has been hotel energy, just like real people instead of demons and stuff. But the colors and the poppiness and the character design, oh, I like this one so much. I think there's more that they have down here I want to scroll to before I read. Yeah, look how cool. Oh, I love this character design. I love the little kitty. Oh my goodness. I love this dude right here. He looks cool. I think they're all Alice in Wonderland characters. Right? It's very colorful. It's very smooth. I think it's Alice in Wonderland. So I think, because I remember seeing him on the list. I think he's the Cheshire Cat. She must be the Queen of Hearts. And then this must be the caterpillar, the guy smoking. I wonder which one's the Mad Hatter. I don't know. Maybe the goth, maybe the guitar person, or this dude. I could see him being the Mad Hatter. He's got crazy. No, he's the bunny. He's got the time on him. Okay, so he's the bunny. This guy could be the Mad Hatter. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. Well, we'll scroll out and see what we're doing here. 100. Okay. Oh, I love it. It looks so cool. Inspired by a fascination for the 80s and liminal spaces. I love it already. Alice in Blankland is a story about sisterhood wrapped in a fantasy comedy thriller, bow full of mystery, dreamlike wonder, horror, and most importantly, heart. Reports of a mysterious set of sinkholes have been popping up around the world, and a massive fresh one is opened up in the quirky and quaint antique town of Peaksville. When Alice, Maddie, and the entire neighborhood fall into the magic chasm, a liminal world of wonder, transformation, and horror await. I love it. Set in the 80s as well. Oh, okay. Set in the 80s, we take the broad strokes of what makes the original Alice in Wonderland book and its many adaptations so strong and put a spin on it akin to the likes of many hit and obscure 80s family flicks. Angsty, archetypical teenagers, wacky adult figures, kid bullies that border on being full-fledged criminals, and more. Oh, this is a great description.
The town of Peaksville is a melting pot of 80s celebrity and media tropes, combining into a comedic soup of genres and fun as they fight to survive the liminal nightmare they've been dropped into. The Down Sisters. Okay. Allison and Madison are the core of our story, as they dare to venture through the seemingly endless expanse of what Alice dubs Blank Land, a clash between the new and the old, nostalgia and the present, the known and unknown, what is and what has been, becomes the crux of their journey. As we explore the sisters' past with each other and the world around them, it becomes clear that they must come to understand how to work together to survive, save their small community of neighbors, and make it out of Blank Land. The fate of everything and everyone rests on their relationship. Alice's optimism, hope for the future, and imagination propels them forward, while Maddie's street smarts, pessimism, and sense of responsibility keeps them out of trouble. Somewhat. Okay. Allison Carol Downs. Okay. Kid voice. We haven't done our child voice yet today, so we should be able to do a child here. The town weirdo with the hair swirls. Yep, that's Allison Carol Downs, a.k.a. Alice for ya. She's got the brightest imagination this side of Peaksville with the sweetest smile, an adventurous curiosity, and the most positive outlook on life in her rinky-dink town. She gets a lot of her snark and troublemaking from her big sister, Maddie, her whole heart and world. Oblivious to her siblings' embarrassment of her, she wants nothing more than to show her bigger half that all the chaos in life is just a gateway for love and fun. Aw, that's cute. Yeah. Yay, child voice. Oh, I like child voice. All right. So, let's give it a shot. Let's get a little water first because this voice is going to be high. Here is your official warning that this voice is about to be high. Okay. Here we go.
Allison Carol Downs, age 9, cat whisperer, soon to be arcade champion, professional playground and mall adventurer, and Girl Scout. Also, I make mocks, half socks, half man. You get it? You get it? Dear Diary, I followed my dreams today, and it led to me making a soda-propelled go-kart out of wood, play putty, and trash can lids. And by my scientific intellect, it's foolproof and 900% up to safety code. Aw, Maddie is the best. We do everything together. It's amazing. I don't know what vandalism means, but we drew some pretty sick pictures on Tony's pizza shop down the street, and Tony got so happy he started crying tears of joy and let the police come and see it. I wish Maddie and the guys weren't in such a hurry. I wanted to share my artistic process with them. Hello, Miss Crankbottom. My name is Snugglebun. Can you tell me what's gotten your underwear in such a twist? When I get sad, sometimes all I need is a big old fluffy hug and a trip to the bathroom.
She's so cute. Yes, yeah, I wanted to warn you ahead of time. She's so cute. I actually think I want to redo that. Yep, I peaked just ever so slightly, so I've got to retake that. I'm going to turn it down just a little. Because child voices are loud. Okay. All right, we're going to try it again, and we're going to go twice around, I think. I got a little cat fur. Keeps touching me. Okay. All right. Woo! Okay, let's do this.
Allison Carol Downs, age 9, cat whisperer, soon to be arcade champion, professional playground and mall adventurer, and Girl Scout. Also, I make mocks, half socks, half man. You get it? You get it! Dear Diary, I followed my dreams today, and it led me to making a soda-propelled go-kart out of wood, play buddy, and trash can lids. And by my scientific intellect, it's foolproof and 900% up to safety code. Aww, Maddie is the best. We do everything together. It's amazing. I don't know what vandalism means, but we drew some pretty sick pictures on Tony's pizza shop down the street. And Tony got so happy he started crying tears of joy and let the police come and see it. I wish Maddie and the guys weren't in such a hurry. I wanted to share my artistic process with them. Hello, Miss Crakebottom. My name is Snugglebun. Can you tell me what's gotten your underwear in such a twist? When I get sad, sometimes all I need is a big old fluffy hug and a trip to the bathroom. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Allison Carol Downs, age 9, cat whisperer, soon-to-be arcade champion, professional playground and mall adventurer, and Girl Scout. Also, I make mocks. Half socks, half man. You get it? You get it. Dear Diary, I followed my dreams today, and it led me to making a soda-propelled go-kart out of wood, play buddy, and trash can lids. And by my scientific intellect, it's foolproof and 900% up to safety code. Aw, Maddie is the best! We do everything together. It's amazing. I don't know what vandalism means, but we drew some pretty sick pictures on Tony's pizza shop down the street. And Tony got so happy he started crying tears of joy and let the police come and see it. I wish Maddie and the guys weren't in such a hurry. I wanted to share my artistic process with them. Hello, this is Crakebottom. My name is Snugglebun. Can you tell me what's gotten your underwear in such a twist? When I get sad, sometimes all I need is a big old fluffy hug and a trip to the bathroom.
She is funny. She a funny little thing. I love doing the kid voice. That's what I get hired for the most, is my little girl voice. I've got 2 of them technically, but that's generally what oh, is this the part I fucked up? Hold on. No, that's fine. Where's the part that I fucked up? I gotta cut it before I forget. Is this one? Yeah, it's that one. I said Huri. Like I'm fucking goofy. Hyuk? But yeah. That would be so much fun to play her. She's got such good energy. I love little kid energy where they just everything and anything. They're about it. And I love when they're written that way. She would be a lot of fun. We're putting good energy into the world. Knocking on wood, doing all the superstitions that we are going to get at least one of these roles. And that is what we do every time we record. Because you say something enough, and the universe will hear you. And you gotta be careful of the universe hearing you. Because he don't pick and choose. He just does whatever he hears. So you gotta be careful what you throw to the universe, and we're gonna throw good shit. Because only good shit is welcome here. Let me zoom in. This is a long piece. Do they want waves? Because this is long. Woo! That was a lot of dialogue. Okay, I'm gonna scoochy scooch 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 scooch. I don't know what goes where either, which is a little frustrating, but sometimes it happens. So I don't want to cut too much. I I want it to be a separate point of dialogue. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna leave it at that. So let's make it big boy again. And then we will voice denoise it. Yeah, that's a lot of dialogue. I wonder if they want to wave. Because if they want to wave, I'll probably gonna have to do that as a Google Drive upload. Because that's a big file. Now let's see if it lowers her. Oh, it raised it. Wow, I really did lower that volume, huh? Okay. I really did lower that volume. I'll turn it back up just a tiny bit. Theoretically, there won't be any more children, but you never know. Okay, what do they want? Where am I sending these? What am I calling them? Send auditions to an email. Okay. Oh, it's not going to let me do it separately. Okay. There it is. Now, come on. Okay. Copy the email. Go to my email tab. Click compose. Okay. And then... Oh, it doesn't say how to title them. Okay. Then if it's not going to tell me, we do it by character, my name, whatever. And I would like to send them a wave. It's just going to be really big. So if I do it by email, that should be fine. So, file, export. We're going to do a wave. I got to create a new folder called Alice in blank land. At least it'll be right at the top. That's nice. And then this is Alice, what's her middle name? Alice Carol Downs. Okay. Alice Carol Downs. So we're going to title it Alice Carol Downs underscore my name. Enter. Okay. Now, let's do the audition for her sister, who I assume is probably like a teenager. Kind of looks it. Maybe an adult. Okay. Madison Carol Downs, 19. Okay. 19-year-old Maddie's kind of fed up with the whole balancing her life under a capitalist cesspool. Hell yeah. Thing, and just wants to have a fun teen girl summer. Cute crushes, parties with friends, and time with her band, The Upbringing, or Lovesick Panda, as Alice calls them, where she hopes to hold hands and lock lips with their lead singer, Vic Chicks. Okay, let's go. Being the big sis, however, she's been dubbed responsible for keeping her little Civ, Alice, out of trouble by her parents as they cruise out this summer, robbing her of the life she wants to live. Anxious of everything, stressed, sleepy, and all around the more pessimistic sister, she and Alice's supernatural fall into the liminal blank land might teach her a thing or two about sisterhood and loving herself and life as things are. Aw, cute. Okay. Now here's the question. Do I give her my voice, or do I go low with her? I don't think we go high because we just did child voice. If I was going to give this character voice, I feel like I would do Alice, get back in the car. So it's kind of like in between my Ash Ketchum and my natural voice, I think is where I would put her. So I think that's what I'm going to try. Get some water. Okay. Let's do this. They do have a vocal reference. Okay, why not? What's the vocal reference? Oh. The voice reference is Ashley Tisdale and Candace from Phineas and Ferb.
That is not the voice I would have given her. Okay, well, that's good to know. That's pretty high. Candace is very high-pitched. Candace is like, step 1, wake up and pray the cat hasn't pooped on my bed sheets. Like, that's... You could see it swaying either way. Yeah, I guess that's true. Huh. Alright, well, you know what? If it could go either way, I'm gonna go with my gut, and I'm gonna go lower. And it may not be what they want, but at least they know I can do high based on the child voice. So I'm gonna go a little lower because I hate to do a high after a high like that. Alright, this is gonna be a lot of dialogue. Let's see if we can do it in one shot. Here we go. Okay. Step 1. Wake up and pray the cat hasn't pooped on my bed sheets. Step 2. Stop my mega dork of a sister from drinking the toothpaste. Step 3. Try not to give my boss a wet willy at work. Step 4. Jam out with the band by the mall and not look like a dweeb in front of my crush. Step 5. Finally feel something for a few minutes of my life and then go home to marry my bed. Whoop-de-friggin-do. Ah, crap! I'm gonna be late! Vic is coming over in just a few short hours, and if I don't look like the biggest bombshell on the block, I'm gonna... Oh, God. Is that a... I have like 4 fresh baby pimples! Somebody run me over with a convertible! I can't go smoochy like this! What? Mom? Party? My dear Madre. Did Daddy not tell you? Ever since Reagan took office, party pox has been rising steadily in teenage girls, and what do you know? I'm party allergic. I'll literally explode from the bottom up if I have a party. True story. So, no party. Why do you ask? Ugh. What is with her? She can't even follow the simplest stupid instruction. Why is it always, oh, but I like this. Oh, but how about this instead? And then she never makes any sense. Ugh. My life is hectic enough as it is without some defiant curly-haired demon acting like she's above the way things happen. If it works once, it'll always work. Simple as that. Step 1. Wake up and pray the cat hasn't pooped on my bed sheets. Step 2. Stop my mega dork of a sister from drinking the toothpaste. Step 3. Try not to give my boss a wet willy at work. Step 4. Jam out with the band by the mall and not look like a dweeb in front of my crush. Step 5. Finally feel something for a few minutes of my life and then go home to marry my bed. Whoop-de-friggin-do. Ah, crap! I'm gonna be late! Vic is coming over in just a few short hours, and if I don't look like the biggest bombshell on the block, I'm gonna... Oh, God! Is that I have like 4 fresh baby pimples! Somebody run me over with the convertible! I can't go smoochy like this! What? Mom? Party? Tisk, my dear Madre. Did Daddy not tell you? Ever since Reagan took office, party pox has been rising steadily in teenage girls, and what do you know? I'm party allergic. I'll literally explode from the bottom up if I have a party. True story. So, no party. Why do you ask? Gah. What is with her? She can't even follow the simplest stupid instruction. Why is it always, ooh, but I like this. Ooh, but how about this instead? And then she never makes any sense. Ugh, my life is hectic enough as it is without some defiant curly-haired demon acting like she's above the way things happen. If it works once, it'll always work. Simple as that. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. And it ended up just being my natural voice towards the end, but I think that fits better than the higher-pitched one, so we stuck to a plan, and I think it was a good plan. It was a pretty good plan. I'm going to try and cut these close together because holy shit, these are long pieces of dialogue. I'm glad that I could do that in one take, though. Who fucking knew? Who knew I had that in me? Damn. Okay, let's see if I can cut these a little closer. I'll bring you over here. Let's see. Ooh, I got the hiccups. This happens sometimes. Okay, so this is a new set of dialogue right here, so we're gonna do that. And then I want to scroll over here because these can be cut a little tighter. Oh, maybe not. That can be cut though. Okay. Oh, I don't know where that one came from. I've never heard a song like that in my life. I see the Candace energy though. I definitely see the Candace from Phineas and Ferb energy, which I think we captured decently well. I think we got a good capture of the Candace energy, if not the voice itself. I don't know. I don't like the idea of her being high-pitched, but if that's what they want, no worries. At least they know I can do this style of voice. So it'll be fine. Baby, I know. God damn it, brain. Go back to literally anything else but that. Well, that might not be true. But there's a lot of other things you could pick. What is this? Oh, okay. That's part of this one. The first cut is the deepest. Baby, I know. Ooh, we are not cutting that one. That's a lot of breaths. 4/4 the deepest. Alright, so let me chop this here. Scroll down a little more. Are these together? No, okay. So we can do a little bit of that. We can cut these together, make them nice and close. I might put my second take in the front, because I actually think I like the second take better than the first time. So I think I'm going to do that. I don't want to cut all these breaths because they're going to be hard to stitch back in. I think I'm going to leave those. Okay. So. Oh, I don't know where the second take starts. Shit. Right there. Okay, cool. We're going to take this. We're going to cut. We're going to put it to the front because I think I like it better than this one. Yeah. Alright, denoise this bitch. First up is the deepest. God damn it, brain. Alright, this is what we're stuck on today. Okay. Normalize. What are we on? Not quite out 4 hours yet. We could finish this casting call. Alright, export. We were doing waves. Desktop. Alice. Okay. And her name is Madison Carol Downs. Oh, her middle name's the same. Interesting. Okay. Madison Carol Downs. Save. Okay. You didn't realize 3 hours had passed until like 10 minutes ago? That's a good sign.
That's a good sign because it means that we're having fun and we're having a good time, which is the environment I like to foster, so that's good. Um, and I didn't clock it either. I was like, oh, I've probably been here for a little bit. And then I was like, oh, damn. Okay, we've been here for a good bit. That's what I like to do. I try to get through my whole stack of auditions. I'm not sure if I will or not. I got a lot of, I don't know. Technically, in order to, like, keep up with content creation and stuff, you're supposed to do, like, short form content. Which I don't mind doing short form content. It's fun. I do a lot of D&D short form content because I'm a nerd. And I enjoy doing it, but it's a lot harder to do short form content because you have to make more than yeah, very good. You have to do more because you're supposed to release, like, there's like a schedule or something I'm following. We're supposed to release like 3 a day, but it is so hard to do like a group of short form content all at once. Because that means you're doing like 21 a week. And I used to be like, okay, every Sunday, I'm going to do 21 short form videos for like TikTok. There are a lot of auditions. So it's a balance because I'm a voice actor, but I'm also a content creator. And so it's like the voice acting is great, but the thing that gets you on the content creation side is short form content because I love doing my long form content. I love doing my voice acting. But the algorithm won't share it. So the only way that I can get any algorithm to treat my voice acting content and my live streams and the episodes that we recorded at the beginning with any kind of favor is to also do short form content. And that ends up being like 21 videos because you're posting at least 3 a day. So I used to do Sundays in the whole day. I would just spend making these short forms. The problem with that is if you are sick or you don't have a voice or you look like shit one Sunday on the day you're supposed to film them all, now you've lost a whole week's worth of short form content. And that happened with me on Sunday because I couldn't record Sunday. And I was like, oh, now I don't have short forms for and now I don't have short forms for this week, which means the algorithm's not going to be happy. So I want to try and record some. I was about to say tomorrow, but I guess it's technically today because it's past midnight. At least for me. I don't know that I'll be able to do 21 in one sitting, but maybe I can try and get a few done and get them uploaded. Oh no! It froze! It does this. Oh, this is the first time it's done it tonight though, I think. Okay, it came back. Sometimes my camera will freeze because it doesn't like to hold everything I'm doing. But I try to keep up with my short form content. I'm not an editor. So like doing the content's a lot of work and I need to stop doing it all in one day because then I end up with problems like this where I don't have short form for this week and I feel bad about myself even though I know I shouldn't. But for me, it's much less the performance part of the short form and it's the editing. I have a lovely editor who edits my voice acting videos. But I don't have anyone for the short form content and I just fucking hate editing. I've never liked editing. So I need to stop doing it all on one day and I need to start separating it into, okay, I didn't stream today, so I work on content. And then the next day I stream and then the next day I do content. So I'm working on it. But the live streams are what I enjoy and the voice acting is what I enjoy the D&D stuff. I do, and I enjoy the short form content. But this is kind of where I get to play. Kind of where I get to relax a bit. So I that's why I extra appreciate people being here. So it's very nice. Cheshire Cat. Okay, so we are we saying dude? Is this dude? Yeah, I really do enjoy streaming. I love entertaining people live. I used to do theater for a little bit. I never got to do professional theater because they don't want somebody who can't sing and dance. They only want musicals. So I never got to do professional theater. But I did theater growing up,
and I have taught acting classes. I love engaging and interacting and entertaining people live. So, this is the kind of shit that I love to do, and yeah, streaming is very fun for me. So this is Dude. I want to check the vocal reference and see how low it is to see if I can hit it. Oh, okay, I can hit that. That's the vocal reference is Meowth from Pokemon. I can hit Meowth. I can do that voice. Okay, so let's read him. On the outer world, Cheshire Cheshington, oh boy, Big Boss Man the Third, okay, just Cheshire please, is the silent but observant house cat to Alice and Maddie. Born with heterochromia, 2 different colored eyes, Allison often role plays with him as a psychic cosmic eldritch entity who loves tea and knows everything. In reality, he's just a black cat who keeps chewing wires and falling down the stairs. However, when he and his girls fall into Blankland, he's entirely transformed into a wisecracking, musical goofball of a gentleman with all kinds of trippy magical powers. He uses his upgraded smarts and abilities to finally speak his mind and give his owners a heck of a show through this unpredictable labyrinth of mystery and wonder, of which he seemingly travels through with ease. I love that energy. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. So I'm thinking we go like Helluva Boss style with this, where it's very like hello type of energy, or like Undertale would be another one. So let's try it. Big meows, little meows, and all kitties in between. Witness the birth of a new kind of feline. A heartbreaker, a real deal maker, a dream weaver and total mind peeler. The new hotness and cat's meow. Please put your paw beans together for me. What has 2 doors, yet only halfway opens? Many angles, yet none spoken. Existing since the dawn of time, yet now treated no more as less than a dime. Ooh, I'm so stinking good at these. You figured it out yet? I want you. Nope. Nope. We're gonna have to redo that. We're gonna restart that. Brain went, no. Oh my lord. Woo! You can tell we're getting into the wee hours of the morning when that starts happening. Alright, I think I also want to change up the voice a little bit, because I was going a little bit too lady with it, I think. I want to do a bit more of a, what has 2 doors, yet only halfway opens? I think I want to do that voice. Okay, let's try it. Big meows, little meows, and all kitties in between. Witness the birth of a new kind of feline. A heartbreaker, a real deal maker, a dream weaver and total mind peeler. The new hotness and cat's meow. Please put your paw beans together for me. What has 2 doors, yet only halfway opens? Many angles, yet none spoken. Existing since the dawn of time, yet now treated no more as less than a dime. Ooh, I'm so stinking good at these. You figured it out yet? I know you want to. It's on the tip of your mucus sacs. Call me presumptuous,
But my brain's not thinking you're as ice cold as you're trying to be. And I've known you since you were picking gum out of your braces. She sees you as her entire world, you know? Loves you more than you could ever imagine. You two want the same things. You just don't quite know it yet.
Big meows, little meows, and all kitties in between. Witness the birth of a new kind of feline. A heartbreaker, a real deal maker, a dream weaver and total mind peeler. The new hotness in Cat's Meow. Please put your paw beans together for me! Ha 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 ha! What has two doors, yet only halfway opens? Many angles, yet none spoken, existing since the dawn of time, yet now treated no more as less than a dime. Oh, I'm so stinking good at these! You figured it out yet? I know you want to. It's on the tip of your mucus sacs. Call me presumptuous, but my brain's not thinking you're as ice cold as you're trying to be. And I've known you since you were picking gum out of your braces. She sees you as her entire world, you know? Loves you more than you could ever imagine. You two want the same things. You just don't quite know it yet.
There we go. That's a fun one. Oh, wait, it's two different styles. It's a bit more like crazy in the first one, and it's a bit more showstopper in the second. I like that energy. Okay. Now we just gotta cut it down a little. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I guess I did tell it to pick something else, and it did do that, huh? Fair enough. What line is this? That's a new line. Yeah, that's a new line too. Okay. Whoa, these are close together. All right. So that is fine. It's just got breaths. I want this one to be a lot closer. And this can probably go to there. Whoops, I went backwards and that sounded weird. Reversing it like I'm doing a spell. Okay. Okay, so let me cut this a little bit. We're gonna go down here. Is this a breath? Yep, I'm taking that. I'm taking that out. We don't need that. Hey, we're back to the me theme song. I like the me theme song. I'm okay with that one. Me's are lovely. Brings back some good old childhood memories. Let's fucking go, boys. Okay, normalize me up. Really normalize me down. Holy shit. I must have been loud.
Okay. Damn, okay. Sometimes I'm loud. Sometimes. I'm always loud. It's more of a miracle than when I'm not loud, I think. And this is Cheshire Cat. Okay. Cheshire Cat. Okay, what's next? Okay, so can't fit her. He's Latino. Bud and Moth. Black, okay. Black. Wilbur. Son is small faction of the government dedicated to the discovery, analysis, and containment of... Okay, what's your vocal reference? Because you are also a dude. The voice reference is Cusco. Can I do a Cusco voice? Boy, I don't think I've ever tried to do Cusco. I do love Emperor's New Groove, but I'm more of an Yzma than a Cusco, I think. I might be able to give it a shot if I go a little more anxiety with it. He is quirky. Let's read this. Wilbur's a quirky loser of a scientist in a small faction of the government dedicated to the discovery, analysis, and containment of anomalies within and around the country. He's a brilliant inventor, but his machines never quite work how they should, and his theories are often insane sounding, making him a laughingstock amongst his coworkers. He also smells like old French fries. Okay. Hearing about the reports of a mysterious hole opening up in the middle of a small town like Peaksville, Wilbur brings all his weirdness with him as he plans to use this discovery to get the respect he deserves, and he'll be as morally gray about his intentions the whole way through. His inventor madness only increases once he's transformed by Blankland's effects. Okay. So if I was gonna go nervous with it, then it would end up being a...
No, hey, listen to me. I know what I'm talking about here, and I can prove it. I'm a government scientist sent to blow the lid on this whole thing, and you're helping me whether you like it or not.
It's not bad. I don't think it's gonna be what they're going for, though. What's this kid's vocal reference? He's got 3. Oh, Bart Simpson? Bart Simpson I can do. So, yeah. Bowser Jr. Oh, that I can do. Okay. So we might skip scientist and do Dendy, because this is just little boy voice. This is just...
Lay off me, lady. I know what you're hiding.
Oh no! Why am I going Boston with it? Oh no! Can I do it without the accent? Uh-oh. I'd have to go Ash Ketchum. I'd have to go, lay off me, lady. I know what you're hiding. Hand over that moisturizer and share your immortality with the rest of us. I know, I went like Boston gangster with it. I could go Ash. You know what? I might make this the last one we do tonight, so I'm actually going to do both of them, I think. I'm going to do Wilbur, and then I'm going to do Dendy, and then I might call it a night. So let's do both of these guys. We're going to need some water for Wilbur, though. Because the anxious voice is not a great one for my vocal cords. So let's see. Okay. I know I love doing the gangster accent. I love doing the like, say here. But like, it's never used. It's funny though. But then you get stuck in it and you're like, uh-oh, now what do I do? Okay, no gangster. Oh no. Okay. We can do this. Here we go.
No! Hey, listen to me! I know what I'm talking about here, and I can prove it! I'm a government scientist sent to blow the lid on this whole thing, and you're helping me, whether you like it or not. I've been seeing holes just like this one pop in and out of places far from any sea life. Reports of people gone missing in the comfort of their own backyard, and hollow screams in the distance without any source. And I... Yes, I've taken my meds. I don't see what the big deal is. And they hung up on me. Yep. Me and the boys were just heading down to the local pub. Grabbed a few drinks, looked at and touched each other's scientific achievement awards. You know, big shot stuff. Yeah, no, I was cleaning crap in the bathroom labs. Nope.
Hello, Sometimes Silent. How are you? Welcome. We're voicing characters today. We're doing some auditions. And I just fucked up that line, so I'm gonna do it again. Let's see.
No, hey, listen to me. I know what I'm talking about here, and I can prove it. I'm a government scientist set to blow the lid on this whole thing, and you're helping me, whether you like it or not. I've been seeing holes just like this one pop in and out of places far from any sea life. Reports of people gone missing in the comfort of their own backyard, and hollow screams in the distance without any source, and I... Yes, I've taken my meds. I don't see what the big deal is. And they hung up on me. Yep. Me and the boys were just headed down to the local pub. Grabbed a few drinks, looked at and touched each other's scientific achievement awards. You know, big shot stuff. Yeah, no, I was cleaning crap in the lab bathrooms. We're trapped! Oh, great gods above, we're rats in a maze! I've seen this all before. We're gonna have to resort to cannibalism to survive till the only thing left is the leather on our shoe! Anybody have ketchup or... No, hey, listen to me. I know what I'm talking about here, and I can prove it. I'm a government scientist sent to blow the lid on this whole thing, and you're helping me whether you like it or not. I've been seeing holes just like this one pop in and out of places far from any sea life. Reports of people gone missing in the comfort of their own backyard, and hollow screams in the distance without any source, and Yes, I've taken my meds. I don't see what the big deal is. And they hung up on me. Yep. Me and the boys were just heading down to the local pub. Grabbed a few drinks, looked at and touched each other's scientific achievement awards. You know, big shot stuff. Yeah, no, I was cleaning crap in the lab bathrooms. We're trapped. Oh, great gods above, we're rats in a maze. I've seen this all before. We're gonna have to resort to cannibalism to survive, till the only thing left is the leather on our shoe. Does anybody have ketchup or...
I went into the accent. I don't know if y'all heard that, but in that second set of takes, I started going into this kind of an accent. Oh my god. Oh my lord. I'm keeping it. I'm not doing it again. He has an accent now. Oh well. Oh my goodness. That was fun to do though. I'm actually kind of glad that I did that one because that was fun. I liked how absolutely fucking crazy that man is. Oh, that would be a fun role. Whoever's gonna get that is having a good ass time in the booth. This is a high energy show. It seems like there's a lot of high energy characters, and that's always nice. It was.
This whole thing kind of has a lot of high energy characters. And I'm loving it, to be honest. I'm genuinely loving it. There's something about when you allow people to play. The ketchup line made me stick. Yeah, that's a good line. I also like it too because characters that are hectic and have a lot of energy, I think personally, give you more room to play with the different versions of how you can read the line. Because oftentimes they probably have something set in their head. Most people usually do, where they have things that are set in their head of like, this is the way the line should sound, and this is how I'm expecting the auditions to sound. But if you decide to say, fuck it, I do not care what you want this character to sound like or how you want this line to be read, I am going to read the line how I feel the energy. You actually usually get, this might lower, hold on, let me check this. Yeah, it lowered just a bit. You actually get, I think, better performances because you can tell that that person had a thought process and they ran with it and they believe in it and they're passionate about it. And I think it just makes for a really strong performance. Do they give him a last name? No, they just call him Wilbur. Okay. Yes, exactly. Going with the flow can turn something into this is a performance I've heard from 100 different auditions, into something where you're like, oh, this is not what I was thinking, but it's new and it's different and it's changed and it's exciting. So that's always what I try to go for, is it might not be what they want, and I might know that it's not what they want, but they're getting it anyways, because there's nothing better than crazy bullshit. All right, last one of the night. Dendy, the menace of the neighborhood. You'll often be too late to realize that Dendy has stolen something from your pockets without looking. A total sass mouth, rude, oddly smart for his age, and likely one of the only kids out there with somewhat of a criminal record. Hell yeah. Okay, so I'm going to do Ash Ketchum first, and then I will see if I can do the Bart voice. I want to say that I can, but I'm not as familiar with it. So I'm going to do Ash Ketchum first because that's easier for me to do. It's in my wheelhouse. So let's give it a shot here. Lay off me, lady. No, it's lay off of me. Lay off of me, lady. Ooh, maybe I can give him the accent. Because Hash Ketchum would be here. And I would say, lay off of me, lady. I know what you're hiding. Hand over that moisturizer and share your immortality with the rest of us. Maybe I do go accent here. Hold on. Let me give Bart a listen and see if I can do this. Because he's kind of written to have a little bit of an accent.
It's kind of like a little bit more like this, because he's got a little bit of a nasally grit in him. Okay. So we go, lay off of me, lady. I know what you're hiding.
Yeah, let's go with that. All right. Empty water bottle. Last voice of the night. Let's hope I don't blow any vocal cords. This is a voice in my throat, so we gotta be careful. All right. Here we go.
Lay off of me, lady. I know what you're hiding. Hand over that moisturizer and share your immortality with the rest of us. Besides, it's not like you need it. You're so saggy. Listen, if you want to get the high score on any of these games, just do what I do and hack the cabinet. People will think the thing is busted, but you just set yourself up for all the slappy hands and game consoles for life. My mommies always tell me to look both ways before crossing. Not with the power of extreme sports, I don't. Hey, saggy lady, watch me ramp these fools. Lay off of me, lady. I know what you're hiding. Hand over that moisturizer and share your immortality with the rest of us. Besides, it's not like you need it.
So close. God damn. I knew that voice was going to be in my throat. Let's see if I can get some of the ice out of here. Oh, it's holding pretty solid. I just put a new thing in. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Woo, big old chug. Okay, now we did get a first take in, which means I only got to do this one more time, which is pretty good. So, and I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the accent, because especially with the ending part, I kind of want to really do the lay off of me, lady, and bring it more forward, try and keep it out of my throat, and do like a, I know what you're hiding. I'm doing it. Fuck it. He's getting an accent. Let's have fun with the last one of the night. Let's have fun. You know what? Let's have double fun. I'm deleting the first take. Let's get crazy. Let's do this. Let's double accent it. Here we go.
Lay off of me, lady. I know what you're hiding. Hand over that moisturizer and share your immortality with the rest of us. Besides, it's not like you need it. You're so saggy. Listen, if you want to get the high score on any of these games, just do what I do and hack the cabinet. People will think the thing is busted, but you just set yourself up for all the slappy hands and game consoles for life. My mommies always tell me to look both ways before crossing. Not with the power of extreme sports, I don't. Hey, saggy lady, watch me ramp these fools. Lay off of me, lady. I know what you're hiding. Hand over that moisturizer and share your immortality with the rest of us. Besides, it's not like you need it. You're so saggy. Listen, if you want to get the high score on any of these games, just do what I do and hack the cabinets. People will think the thing is busted, but you just set yourself up for all the slappy hands and game consoles for life. My mommies always tell me to look both ways before crossing. Not with the power of extreme sports, I don't. Hey, saggy lady, watch me rip these fools.
Yup, that was it. And that, ladies and gentlemen and non-binary friends, is why you trust yourself and you say fuck it to what they want and you give the little boy an accent. Because that was so much fun. Oh my goodness. And that take was, both of those takes were much better than anything I was trying to do in that first round. Oh my goodness, those were fun. Yes, and that seems like a very fun role. There's another series that's been casting lately called Boxtown, which has a very similar character. They all, this type of like little menace dude reminds me of the little kid from Gravity Falls, who's the villain. He's like blonde with the white clothes. They're all sort of in that territory. Yeah, thank you. I think it helps too. I genuinely do. But all of the voices tend to be the same for those characters. They're kind of like rah, 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 sort of voices. So I think it's fun to put a little bit of a different one in there. And also, like, those characters are always fun. Like, the people who get to play them, they're always little boys. I wish they were little girls so I could voice them. That or they give me a role like this and I'll do it like this. Yeah, Gideon. I was like, it's Gideon. That's his name. Yes. Those characters, that's what this made me think of. They're so much fun. They're so much fun. And I think they'd be a real fun role to play. So who knows? We've put out good energy into the universe. Maybe that'll be the one I get cast as. Who knows? Whatever it is, it don't matter. As long as you have fun doing that audition. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. And that was fun as fuck. I'm actually really glad that I added that accent. It was a good thing to end on too. Now I just gotta finish cutting. And I should be okay to export and send some emails. Let's see. Make sure I've got this correct. Okay, so cut. Yeah, so we gotta cut these together. And then this should be the next line, because he does that big old listen. Yep. It's interesting how you learn to kind of like, I don't want to say read sound waves, but the more you fuck around with the actual audio sound waveforms, the more you get good at judging where words stop and where breath is and where everything changes. I also the other thing that I realized I was doing, and I tried to yeah, I agree. Enjoying it is all that matters. That's what puts a smile on my face, and it's what makes me feel good about it. So I agree. Oh, the other thing that I noticed I was doing, and I really tried to run with it in the second take, I was giving him a lisp. I don't know why, but I was going, before crossing. Like, I was giving him a lisp where he didn't have R's, and he was going, blah, 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 blah. I kind of love it though. I think that just kind of makes it funnier. Because he's like, it makes it funnier because it reminds you that he's young and he's a child. And so he's just sort of a menace that runs around. And I kind of like that, cuz you got to remember he's a child in order for it to be funny, I think. And I like it. So I tried to lean into that a bit. All right, voice to noise. Render. Boop boop doop boop doop boop boop. And then normalize. Did that bring me down? I wouldn't be surprised if it did. Woo! Brought me down by a lot. Holy shit, I was loud. That makes sense. He's a pretty loud voice. All right. So this kid's name is Dandy. Dandy, Dandy, do 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 do. Whoops. Okay. So Dandy, and then my name, and then that is saved. Excelente. Oh, I got hiccups. This happens when I record. I get hiccups. Ooh, all of this art is so cute. That's a cool photo. Alright, let me shoot this in an email. They don't even say what subject line to put on it, I don't think. Let's find out. Ooh, send auditions via. No, but it doesn't say what to call them. Okay, so I will title it myself. We're gonna title it Alice in Blank Land. Auditions. I'm going to say, hello. My name is. And I am submitting my auditions for Alice in Blank Land. Okay. I have also attached I always attach my demo reels. Just in case. Although I think I did a lot of voices that aren't even on my demo reels here. But just in case they want to hear other voices. And you can okay. And then I have a professional studio. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you for the opportunity. And then. Okay, now we need to attach them. These are gonna upload as Google Drives. There's no way they don't. Those were fucking huge. Open. Yup, every single one. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna have to let those upload. Alright, so close out of most of this. Since we should be good. Waiting for the Google Drive links to go. And then we will be done for the night. Thank you all for joining me today, by the way. I really appreciate it. It was nice to have folks to chat with and tell fun stories and do voices for and things like that. Yeah, it was very nice. I appreciate y'all very much. Now I just wait for the Google Drive to upload. I'll probably can turn it off while it's uploading, so we will end it here. And I don't know what time it is for y'all, whether it's nighttime or morning time or whatever. But I will say have a good day or have a good night for whatever it is after this. Let me full screen myself. Here we go. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate y'all. Especially Cherry T, Lingering Artist, all y'all who are still here and lurking in the background, and everyone who stopped in and said hi. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the fun night. I appreciate it. It makes my day better when I have people to chat to and to be able to do these for. I'm live every Monday at the same time, 9 p.m. EST. Thank you. I appreciate it. Y'all can come join me anytime or hit me up wherever. And yeah, have a good day. Have a good night, y'all. I'll see you. Goodbye, my friends.